Chapter 410, Mountain Range. Chapter 410, Mountain Range. Book 3, The South. It was as though they caught the scent of humans, because there was a rustling of the grass, before mutant rats the size of pigs came charging out of the forest, making a mad rush for the group of enhancers. Level 18 mutant beast, mutant mountain rats. They possess sharp teeth and formidable strength, which can bite through even steel. The moment Yu Zhong saw those mutant mountain rats, the information about them popped up. When they saw the incoming horde of mutant mountain rats, many enhancers charged forwards with their weapons drawn. These were one of the weaker groups of mutant beasts residing in the range, and was perfect for low-level enhancers. Exhilarating, go kill that! Yu Zhong pointed to one of the mutant mountain rats that has charged over with the intention to maul them, as he threw a dark magic blade to her. Yes, master! Exhilarating eyed the mutant mountain rat, as her scalp turned numb. She was someone who had not even killed a chicken prior to the apocalypse. However, for the sake of her daughter, she still held up the dark magic blade, her body trembling slightly as she faced the mutant mountain rat. Yu Zhong spoke behind her. Don't fear. As long as you calm yourself down, it is not your match. Your strength is way above it, but remember, no one will help you. Only you can help yourself. Even if you really died, I wouldn't lend a hand. Yu Zhong had handed a lot of equipment to Exhilarating, and although she was only level 1, her attributes were even higher than that of a level 30 enhancer. Once she learnt to get past the psychological barrier, slaughtering the mutant mountain rats wouldn't be an issue. Exhilarating held the dark magic blade tightly as she shivered, her heart full of fear. The speed of the mutant mountain rat was fast, like a galloping horse, and it charged towards Exhilarating with a fearsome aura, pouncing towards her viciously. Am I going to die? Exhilarating was frightened stiff, and she could not move, her mind going blank. Mama! Just as Exhilarating was about to be knocked down by the mutant mountain rat, the piercing scream from behind jolted her awake. Exhilarating twisted with all her might, and the sharp claws barely touched her shoulder, but the paw managed to hit her shoulder, slapping her viciously, and a tremendous force sent Exhilarating sprawling to the ground. Under that immense assault, Exhilarating's shoulder was broken, and her heartbeat dulled, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, Exhilarating's body constitution was too weak, and she could not withstand even the force of a mutant mountain rat. This was the weakness of agility-based enhancers. Their DPS was high, and they could dodge well, but the moment they were hit, their defenses were pitiful. Mu Xiangling saw that her mother had fallen to the ground, and her face turned pale, as she struggled in Yu Zhong's arms and screamed, Mama! 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 Yu Zhong! Yu Zhonggij! Please help, save my mother! If you don't, she's going to die. Yu Zhong's eyes were cold as he held Mu Xiangling tightly, sealing her movements, and not allowing her to make any rash moves. No! You'd better open your eyes and watch carefully. She needs to start relying on herself to get past this obstacle. In the future, if you want to become an enhancer, you'll also need to overcome your fear like this. After which, Yu Zhong glanced at Ning Yusin as well, and she trembled slightly, knowing full well that Yu Zhong was talking to her also. If she wanted to become a powerful enhancer, she had to overcome her initial fears. When the mutant mountain rat injured Exhilarating with its mid-air leap, the moment it landed, it turned around swiftly to launch a second attack. I can't die here. I can't die. If I die, what's going to happen to Xiangling? I must live. With the threat of death looming over, Exhilarating's eyes turned bloodshot, and she managed to muster her potential. Exhilarating saw the mutant mountain rat flying over, and she exerted her maximum speed, enabling her to take in the movement of the mutant mountain rat. She adjusted her body slightly in response, and used her right hand to sweep the dark magic blade upwards to slice at it. The dark magic blade was extremely sharp, and the mutant mountain rat had no way of defending against that hit, as it was instantly sliced in two, fresh blood and its innards splattered onto Exhilarating, making her look hideous. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations on reaching level 5, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. After killing the mutant mountain rat, Exhilarating instantly soared to level 5. At the same time, a skill book and 10 survivor coins dropped in front of her. Exhilarating wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth, as she picked up the skill book and survivor coins and offered them to Yuzhong. She spoke with a new hint of resolution in her eyes. Master, I've accomplished my task. After killing the mutant mountain rat on her own, Exhilarating had gone through an earth-shattering change. She has already shed her image of a weak woman, and was on her way to becoming a strong female warrior. Yuzhong took out a packet of life-saving grass and threw it to Exhilarating before taking the skill book and survivor coins. Eat this. Take a rest first. Exhilarating swallowed the packet of life-saving grass and stood quietly beside Yuzhong. Level 2 skill. Treatment of bone injuries. Skill only allows bone injuries to be treated. No effect on other injuries. Usage expends 8 spirit. Non-doctors, priests, paladins and other healer classes can only utilize skill once a day. This skill, which of you wants to learn? Yuzhong held it up in front of Mu Xiangling and Ning Yusen, as his own path was that of a combatant, and every skill had to be geared towards fighting. Furthermore, he possessed the level 4 regeneration skill, hence he didn't need another healing skill. Mu Xiangling took a look at the book and immediately exclaimed, "Me! I want to heal my mum." Without any hesitation, Mu Xiangling took it and immediately learnt it, when suddenly, her face fell and she groaned. "My spirit is not high enough. I only have 7 points of spirit, I can't activate the skill." Yuzhong thought for a moment, and then pulled out a fireball ring from his pocket and gave it to Mu Xiangling. She immediately brightened up, and kissed Yuzhong's hands as she put it on, and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Guji. Guji is the best." Upon equipping the fireball ring, Mu Xiangling immediately activated the healing skill, and a white light shot into Exhilarating. Under the combined effects of the white light and the life-saving grass, Exhilarating's broken shoulder blade recovered quickly. When the light dissipated, Exhilarating tested her shoulder gingerly, and her eyes flashed with joy, and reported to Yuzhong, "Master, my body is healed, I can continue to fight." "Then go take care of that mutant mountain rat." Yuzhong pointed at another one casually, as he told Exhilarating. The green stone triad was currently occupying a huge region, and the rest of the enhancers did not dare get too close. This was also part of the agreement, that the 4 great triads would claim the best spots and resources. They could monopolize them and thus increase faster in strength and gain more enhancers. As for those solo wanderers and smaller factions, they could only gobble up the leftovers, or risk their lives by venturing further into the mountain range to hunt bigger mutant beasts. After killing 1 mutant mountain rat, Exhilarating had increased confidence and experience in dealing with them, and she pumped everything into agility. She raced forth, and in a flash, appeared in front of a mutant mountain rat. The mutant rat pounced towards Exhilarating, who lightly dodged the attack, and slashed out with the dark magic blade, instantly severing the unfortunate beast in 2. Compared to her earlier pathetic performance, it was as though she had completed some arcane transformation into another person, one who was extremely comfortable with hunting. After killing the mutant mountain rat in 1 slash, Exhilarating shot forwards and slashed down at another mutant mountain rat that had just appeared. The status as an evolver coupled with the ample equipment that Yuzhong gave her, with the various enhancements and her own talents, she was well prepared. She started a killing spree and grew stronger without stop, as her level increased again and again. Not long after, the mutant mountain rat horde was wiped out by the huge gathering of enhancers, with only 6 unfortunate fatalities had been ripped apart, and another 30 who suffered various degrees of injuries. Once they cleared the horde, the huge troop decided to leave the mountain range temporarily, setting up camp at a nearby village about 5 kilometers away. They had already rushed for an entire day, and many were exhausted. Furthermore, battling against the mutant beasts in the dark of the night was tantamount to suicide. At night, the humans suffered a decrease in their abilities, but the mutant beasts could employ more of their strength. There were very few like Yu Zhong who were suited for fighting at night. Master, my current level is 14. Inside a room of the town, Xian Jiaro exclaimed with excitement and a little exhaustion to Yu Zhong. Growing from a level 1 to a level 14 within a day, such a speed vastly outstripped Yu Zhong. However, this was because Xian Jiaro was an evolver, and she had gained the boost of equipment from Yu Zhong, allowing her to reap such benefits and results in a day's worth of combat. Without all the various enhancements from the equipment, Xian Jiaro would not be able to kill so many mutant mountain rats. Upon hearing that Xian Jiaro had grown to become a level 14 evolver, Ning Yusin's eyes shone with envy. She had also killed a few mutant mountain rats with the help of white bones, but her enhancement level was only 7. Those aided forms of enhancement were slower, and thus the slower growth. Mu Xiangling leapt into Xian Jiaro's embrace and giggled. "My mama is the best!" Xian Jiaro hugged Mu Xiangling back as she ruffled her hair, eyes filled with motherly love. Yu Zhong watched the two of them, and his face broke into a smile. Xian Jiaro had proved today that his investment in her was not wasted. As long as she continued fighting on, she would quickly grow to become a terrifying existence. "Yu Zhong, I want your life." In the town, at a corner of an alley, a man who was dressed in a black cloak cursed out under his breath, his eyes filled with a look of utter hatred and venom. Chapter 4:11 The Ravenous Beast Horde Attacks. Chapter 4:11 The Ravenous Beast Horde Attacks. Book 3, The South. As the majority of the humans were falling into deep slumber, under the cover of the moonlight, groups of mutant beasts started gathering around the small town. Amidst the dark patches of grass, multiple pairs of eyes that were shining green stared fixedly at the humans patrolling at the entrance, as though they were staring at delicious food. The surroundings were suddenly filled with a sound wave that was beyond the human hearing range, and under the indication of the sound wave, those mutant beasts that were lying in wait suddenly made their move and charged towards the town. The enhancers of Gillen City had gone hunting this way countless times, and they had long since laid countless warning traps around the town. The moment the mutant beasts moved, almost all of the traps sounded at the same time. "Ambush! Ambush!" The moment the alarms rang out, the warriors by the wall immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. In just a few breaths, all the human warriors who were just entering sleep immediately got up and grabbed their weapons, as they charged towards the outside. When hunting the mutant beasts, facing an ambush during the night was the most dangerous. The moment one was careless, it could spell doom for the entire party. The warriors got up, and under the command of the various leaders, they quickly dispersed to the various key points of the town. This small town was established by the countless parties of Gillen City to help with the hunting of mutant beasts. There were all sorts of traps laid around the town, and when several mutant beasts got close, they fell into these traps. Yu Zhong had brought his experts from the Green Stone Triad to the front of the town at the first notice. So many mutant beasts! Yu Zhong looked and was shocked. They discovered that beyond the perimeter, there were countless mutant mountain rats. They charged forth with disregard for their own lives, filling up the holes and traps, making the ground even for the rest of the horde to advance. Pretty soon, the mutant mountain rats would be able to break past the defenses and get closer to the town. Earlier, when the factions had entered the town, they had allocated defense positions, All they had to do was to take charge of their own locations. As there were too many factions, this was the best solution to deal with any potential problems. Even the four great triads would only be able to instruct their own subordinates. As for the other warriors, they would not be able to command them. Yu Zhong glanced at the densely packed horde of mutant mountain rats and ordered White Bones. White Bones, charge. Make sure that they're all mutilated, and try not to let them destroy the traps. Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, White Bones hoisted its huge axe and charged into the mutant mountain rats' horde. As White Bones entered their midst, bone spikes started to shoot from various points of its body, piercing those mutant rats, sending them flying towards Yu Zhong's side. The low-leveled enhancers under Yu Zhong immediately stepped forwards and used their Tang replica swords to finish off the mutant rats, gaining enhancement in the process. Even Mu Xiangling was using the sharp dark magic blade to help finish off the mutant rats. With the help of White Bones, the subordinates of Yu Zhong managed to enhance themselves at an incredible speed, their levels rising rapidly. The rest of the experts just stood and waited silently for his orders. Yu Zhong had night enhancement skill, and he could see that beyond the positions of the mutant mountain rats, there were countless pairs of eyes that shone green, staring hungrily at the town. The moment he committed all his troops to fight, their stamina would dwindle, and it would be a problem to face the monsters behind. After White Bones had evolved into the second-order Dark Skeleton, its battle ability had rose to a fearsome level. It stood alone at the front of Yu Zhong's defense, and was like an immovable mountain that blocked all advance. The moment those mutant mountain rats got close, it would shoot a bone spike out and throw the unfortunate beast backwards, before it was slaughtered by the humans. Yu Zhong observed a while, before ordering Exhilarating, "Go and kill as many as you can. Raise your level to 16, then come back. Add all your points to stamina now." The level of these mutant mountain rats were at 18, and to Exhilarating, they were the perfect hunting target. "Yes, Master." Exhilarating brandished her dark magic blade and charged towards the mutant mountain rats, easily entering their midst, and started a massacre. At this moment, Yu Zhong still had White Bones holding the fort, and he could sit and relax, while helping his low-level subordinates strengthen themselves. However, near his spot, there was a weaker gang, and when the mutant mountain rats' horde had used the corpses of their fallen comrades to fill up the traps, they managed to tangle with the small triad. This gang was called the Knife Association, and they were made up of a chief and 20 other experts. Their chief Kai Mingliang was an agility-based evolver. The knives in his hands whooshed about, and numerous mutant mountain rats met their end at his hands. However, the 20 experts beside him did not have decent levels, most of them hovering at level 21 or 22. Additionally, their equipment was inadequate, hence, there was growing exhaustion as they faced the relentless rat horde. All of a sudden, 6 of the mutant mountain rats charged at one of the experts wielding a Tang saber, who had coincidentally just killed 2 other rats. "Ah! Boss! Save me!" The expert had just sliced off the head of one mutant rat, when the other 5 immediately pounced on him, biting him with their razor-sharp jaws, as he screamed out in agony. "Wang Yu!" Kai Mingliang's eyes turned bloodshot, and activated his skill, charging towards Wang Yu in a flash. As he sped along, he sliced the 16 mutant mountain rats blocking his way. Fresh blood and innards splattered all over the ground in his wake. Kai Mingliang arrived at Wang Yu's side, and slashed 5 times quickly, slicing the bodies of the 5 gnawing mutant mountain rats in twain. "Wang Yu!" Kai Mingliang howled in agony as he looked at Wang Yu, whose throat had already been ripped wide open by one of the rats, leaving only a corpse. "Boss! Save me!" Another Knife Association member screamed out this time. He had also just been accosted by 4 mutant rats, and their defense was starting to collapse. Kai Mingliang's body disappeared in a flash and appeared right beside that expert, instantly killing the 4 mutant mountain rats. "Save me! Save me! Ah! However, Kai Mingliang was only one person. Even if he gave his all to run about the battlefield, there was a limit to how much he could do, and he could only watch helplessly as his comrades died in front of him. The vice-chief of the Knife Association, Luo Shi, sliced off the head of one mutant rat before turning to shout at Kai Mingliang. "Boss! We can't hold off any longer. We will definitely die if this goes on. Let's ask the Green Stone Triad for help." Kai Mingliang panted heavily as he replied, "If we go now, what if they demand for something that is hard to accept? What if he wants to swallow our Knife Association?" Luo Shi hollered as he killed another mutant rat with difficulty. "Boss! If this goes on, we're all going to die. If we die, what's the point of the Knife Association? Boss! Help!" Another expert of the Knife Association screamed out, and was immediately pounced on by a few mutant mountain rats, before being bitten to death. Kai Mingliang witnessed yet another death of his subordinates, and gritted his teeth as he ordered one of the experts. "Hong Ming! Go request aid from Green Stone Triad, say that we're willing to join him, ask Yu Zhong to send some aid." Everyone had a job and spot to defend, and no one could retreat without the four great triads' orders. If any one faction or person dared to abandon his post, then anyone would be able to execute them later. Furthermore, upon return to Guilin City, the family members of the deserters would be killed without mercy as well. Under such cruel laws, even if the road seemed helpless, those enhancers had to fight on to the death. Otherwise, they would implicate their friends and families back at Guilin City. Hong Ming quickly came to Yu Zhong's camp. "Damn! They're too strong. With such an expert in the Green Stone Triad, no wonder they became one of the four great triads." When Hong Ming arrived at the campsite, he saw Yu Zhong commanding the lower-level enhancers to strengthen themselves, and the lone killing figure of White Bones on the front lines. White Bones alone could defend the location. It must be known that as Yu Zhong commanded Green Stone Triad, and since they were one of the four great triads, the location they had to defend was larger than most of the ordinary triads by at least 10 times. White Bones had been enhanced 4 times, and evolved to the second-order Dark Skeleton level. After its evolution, it was stronger than other Dark Skeletons by at least twice. Its combat ability was extremely tyrannical, to the point where it could even take down a normal Type 2 mutant beast with only a fair amount of effort. It was considered even more dangerous than most Type 2 mutant beasts. However, in comparison, its speed, strength and stamina was still lacking. Hong Ming came to Yu Zhong and kneeled as he kowtowed profusely. "Boss Yu, I'm Hong Ming from the Knife Association. Please send some reinforcements to save us. I'm begging you." Yu Zhong eyed Hong Ming a little coolly. "Hong Ming, we had agreed beforehand on the defense zones. The Green Stone Triad is defending a location 10 times that of yours. I need my manpower here. Please hold on for a while, I will send some men over later." Yu Zhong was well aware of the fact that the Knife Association had an agility-based evolver. With that evolver, the Knife Association could hold out for at least another 20 minutes. Yu Zhong had planned that after 20 minutes, when the Knife Association was down to their last bit of strength, Yu Zhong would then go and rescue them. That way, the Knife Association would have no strength to bargain for any part of the Type 3 mutant beast. Hong Ming did not hesitate as he immediately offered, "Boss Yu, as long as you send men to save us, we from the Knife Association will be willing to join the Green Stone Triad, and become part of you guys." Yu Zhong's tone immediately changed. "Great! Then I shall bring some men to help now." If the Knife Association were to join the Green Stone Triad, then the power in Yu Zhong's control would naturally increase some more, therefore he was willing to save them now. Yu Zhong immediately summoned Larman. "Larman, come with me." "Yes, leader." Larman brought the ex-Judgment Corps as they followed Yu Zhong closely, making their way towards the Knife Association's zone in haste. Yu Zhong led his men and quickly slaughtered their way through the zone, only to see the remaining members of the Knife Association closely huddling in a circle, surrounded by a swarm of the mutant mountain rats, desperately hanging on. Yu Zhong heroically brandished his 2 m-long black-toothed blade and charged into the rat swarm. With every gargantuan swing, 4 or more of the mutant mountain rats would lose their heads. Facing these densely packed but low-level beasts, the black-toothed blade in Yu Zhong's hands was the most effective weapon, as the area of effect was large, and he could kill many of them in a single swing. Charge! Larman bellowed as he pulled out his own dark magic blade and shot towards the mutant rats. The platoon of the Ex-Judgment Corps warriors also pulled out their Tang replica swords and followed Larman's lead, as they charged towards the mutant mountain rat. The strength of these warriors was their marksmanship, modern weaponry proficiency as well as experience. Their close-quarters combat was decent as well, and killing these mutant rats was not an issue. On the other side, Kai Mingliang brought his men and they slaughtered their way through, both sides joining forces and forcing the mutant mountain rats back. Kai Mingliang came over in front of Yu Zhong, with a complicated gleam in his eyes, and he spoke solemnly. Kai Mingliang greets Boss Yu. This time, it's thanks to Boss Yu's timely rescue, otherwise my brothers and I would have died here. Yu Zhong nodded slightly and replied, I got it. Take your men. Let's construct some barricades immediately. Yu Zhong had brought along some tools as well. To maintain the defense on Kai Mingliang's side, the fortification required was definitely not little. The main reason why they were struggling was because they had underestimated the effectiveness of fortifications. They had grown complacent, and didn't expect the forces of the mutant beasts to attack so fast, hence they had thoroughly suffered. Whereas compared to Yu Zhong, everywhere he went, he would bring along the necessary materials and tools for fortification. A simple construction could potentially save the lives of countless warriors at the right time. After they forced the horde back, Yu Zhong's subordinates began nailing large steel beams into the ground. After they established a few stakes, they started tying a layer of sharp wires in between the stakes, and in a matter of minutes, a simple defensive structure was erected. Yes, boss. Kai Mingliang saw those simple yet effective structures, and his respect for Yu Zhong rose, before bringing his men to help out in the ongoing fortifications. Chapter 412, Chun Hongye, Assassination Attempt. Chapter 412, Chun Hongye, Assassination Attempt. Book 3, The South. The defenses of the other parts of town were still tight, and with the protection of the numerous experts scattered throughout, the dense horde of mutant mountain rats could not break through, instead getting slaughtered. There were also parts where the mutant mountain rats managed to overrun the humans, and they swept the place clean of the enhancers that were stationed there. The number of corpses of mutant mountain rats had reached 3,000, and over 60 enhancers had been killed as well. Without giving the humans a chance to rest, the mutant beast horde lying in wait behind the mutant mountain rats began their assault. The mutant beasts waiting behind the mutant mountain rats were actually mutant civets. These mutant beasts were level 21, their bodies as tough as wolves, and claws extremely sharp. Behind the mutant civets, following closely behind were mutant leopard cat. Behind them were mutant Vietnam golden monkeys, mutant pangolins, and others. The entire horde was making their way closer, like an army of beasts. Yu Zhong stared at the incoming horde and his expression fell. Damn it! How can we defend an attack on such scale? In the dark of the night, only people with night vision capabilities like Yu Zhong, as well as some of the evolvers, could see the status of the town. Whoever saw the incoming horde would feel their scalp go numb from fear and desolation. The moment the horde pushed into town, the battle exploded into full-blown proportions. Ice spikes, sword chi, blade beams, fireballs, wind blades, ground spears, all sorts of abilities exploded out, exhibiting their might at the front lines. countless mutant beasts were instantly pulverized by the numerous abilities raining on them, but at the same time, there would be unfortunate humans that died at the vicious claws and swipes of the mutant beast. Yuzhong had recalled White Bones and Xian Jaro back, ordering Larman and his troops forwards with their modern weaponry to unleash carnage on the mutant beasts charging towards them. Yuzhong was worried that they would encounter a huge horde of mutant beasts, and had brought along 10 127mm heavy machine guns. The 10 127mm machine guns aimed towards the horde of monsters, and let loose a volley of fearsome firepower. With the dense rain of bullets, a number of mutant beasts instantly got punched full of holes even before nearing the defense post. Facing that type of firepower, only those mutant beasts above level 40 would be able to defend against it with their bare flesh. As for the rest, they could only die. What do we do? If this continues on, we will definitely die at the jaws of these brutes. Yuzhong eyed the situation as he racked his brains. Yuzhong had only 50,000 rounds of ammunition in his possession, and if they continued to fire at this rate, the bullets will run out sooner or later. And once it came to close combat, his subordinates would definitely face defeat. Right at this time, a giant mouse of about 5 m with scales that looked like rocks leapt out from the horde, squashing a number of other mutant beasts as it made its way towards Yuzhong's area in a frenzy. The bullets of the heavy machine gun only served to bounce off that insane armor. Level 53 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat. It possesses an extremely hard carapace and monstrous strength. Prepare the grenade launchers. Fire! Larman saw the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat and hollered at the top of his lungs. 6 soldiers handling the grenade launchers stepped forwards, aiming at the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat and fired. Hong! Hong! A number of the rockets all exploded on the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat, and those explosives that could easily blast an armored vehicle only resulted in 2 very small bloody holes, not even endangering the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat's life. On the contrary, it only served to enrage it even further, as it released a stronger killing intent, its eyes turning bloodshot and charged at Larman and his subordinates. Seeing the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat rushing over, the faces of Larman and his subordinates fell. If the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat successfully reached their sight, they would definitely die, if not injured heavily. At this time, White Bones took a step forwards, as a number of bone spikes appeared, and propelled itself onto the head of the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat. It then condensed a sharp bone drill, plunging it deep into the wound that resulted from the explosives earlier. The sharp bone drill penetrated the wound of the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat, and started to spin rapidly, causing the wound to enlarge. The sharp bone drill then proceeded to mash the brains of the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat into paste. The moment the brain was pulverized, the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat slumped to the ground, dropping 2 skill books and an amount of survivor coins. The 2 skill books were a Level 3 Stamina Consolidation and Level 3 Agility Consolidation. The moment the Type 2 Mutant Mountain Rat died, the remaining 100-some mutant rats dispersed and started to retreat in various directions. Within the town, there were still a large number of mutant leopard cats and mutant civets that happened to be the natural predators of the mutant mountain rat. If it wasn't for the threat of the Type 2 mutant beast, the rest of the mutant mountain rats inside would have long since escaped as well. Maybe we have a chance. Yuzhong saw the dispersing mutant mountain rats, and his eyes shone brightly. At this time, a shadow flitted over like a whirlwind, pouncing on White Bones, knocking it to the ground, as it opened its huge jaws and bit at its neck. Level 56 Mutant Beast, Type 2 Mutant Civet. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he changed towards the Type 2 Mutant Civet. Just as the Type 2 Mutant Civet opened its huge jaws, White Bones immediately shot out a sharp bone spike towards the throat of the mutant civet. At the same time, a bone blade shot out from White Bones' body, locking the limbs of the Type 2 mutant civet. The Type 2 mutant civet had a terrifying speed, as it dodged the killing strike from White Bones, but its movement was tied down by White Bones' very same maneuver. Yu Zhong shot towards the attacking Type 2 mutant civet like an arrow, his right hand condensing the domineering Devil Flame Spear, striking it at the Type 2 mutant civet. As he lunged into his attack, he penetrated its head, incinerating the brains of the Type 2 mutant civet. The Type 2 mutant civet slumped to the ground, becoming a corpse, at the same time dropping a green-colored treasure box and survivor coins. Congratulations on reaching level 53, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. With the death of the Type 2 mutant civet, the rest of the mutant civets also dispersed, retreating towards the distance. Yu Zhong's side had a large number of mutant civets, and when they scattered, the pressure on his subordinates were alleviated a lot. Yu Zhong relaxed a little after killing the Type 2 mutant civet, and could feel the chance for victory. As expected, one must kill the Type 2 leaders. Otherwise, we would not stand a chance against these hordes of mutant beasts. Just when Yu Zhong was starting to relax, a dark shadow charged out suddenly from a dark corner, and a blade came sweeping downwards as though it was splitting the skies, slashing towards Yu Zhong. As it was the moment where Yu Zhong had just let down his guard, he was caught unprepared, and just as his danger perception warned him of the danger, the black blade had already appeared in front of him. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, dodging towards the right, and raising his left arm to defend. The black blade came slashing down on Yu Zhong's left hand, and went through the Type 3 mutant beast hide, sending Yu Zhong's left arm flying, fresh blood splattering. At the same time, a fearsome blade energy was sent through Yu Zhong's wound, knocking him backwards 6 or 7 meters, as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Larman, I'm Chen Hongye. Quickly help me kill Yu Zhong. As long as we kill him, we can work together to rebuild the Hong Triad. As the black blade beam dispersed, a middle-aged man was revealed, holding a level 4 treasure black Swiss blade. His looks were refined, but his expression was currently grim. This middle-aged man was Hong Triad's chief Chen Hongye. The earlier took all of Chen Hongye's spirit, expending a huge amount of stamina as well. That strike was a second-order skill, Shattering Cut. The power of the Shattering Cut was truly without equal, even slashing apart a Type 3 mutant beast hide. However, its consumption was likewise enormous, almost expending all of Chen Hongye's stamina and spirit. He had no choice but to ask Larman for help. Just as Chen Hongye leapt out from a small room at the back of the town, 20 other experts suddenly burst forwards. They were precisely the 4 elders that Chen Hongye brought out, along with their subordinates. At this point, there were only White Bones, Larman, his subordinates as well as Kai Mingliang and his men from the Knife Association. If Larman was to turn on Yu Zhong now, it was possible that the Knife Association would revolt as well. Then Yu Zhong would truly be in danger. Chen Hongye had waited a long time for this chance. If Yu Zhong had stayed at his own site, Chen Hongye would not have succeeded. He had been patient and finally gotten the golden opportunity to strike, and his single strike had removed Yu Zhong's left arm, creating possibilities. Hearing Chen Hongye's words, Larman's subordinates were riled up and looked to Larman. They were only willing to listen to this commander who had principles, but mostly because he was their commander after all. Chapter 413 Killing Chen Hongye. Chapter 413 Killing Chen Hongye. Book 3 The South. Larman's expression changed a few times as he struggled a while before replying solemnly, Chen Hongye, I'm sorry, I'm now Yu Zhong's subordinate. I need to follow the code of professionalism. Guys, take up your weapons, and prepare to take the enemies of Boss down. Hearing his orders, the 30-plus ex-Judgment Corps members hollered once, before taking up their weapons and started to fire at the 20 elite members of Chen Hongye's troops. Under the intense and fierce firepower of the 30 or so soldiers, 4 of the elites under Chen Hongye were immediately killed. The remaining 16 experts of Chen Hongye immediately dove for cover. Chen Hongye's eyes flashed with desperation. Damn! Larman, have you forgotten the honor and glory of the mighty kingdom of God? We should pledge loyalty to that, isn't it? Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly gaze as he suppressed his pain and raised his stinger at Chen Hongye's head. Chen Hongye, as a Chinese, you dare become a foreigner's dog. You deserve to die. Chen Hongye's face turned ugly, before he disappeared in a black light, and appeared 10 m away from his original spot. What's so bad about it? The foreigners can give me more money. I get better treatment with them as well, so what's bad about being their dog? Within our country, people like us who have no background, aren't we also the dogs of people with background? Being a dog to power and prestige is better than leading life as a normal person. The fact that this daddy became a dog for the foreigners, even the officials in our country have to be deferential to me. As a foreigner's dog, I'm seen as a higher position than those in our country. What are the normal people in our country considered? Nothing more than ants. If a rich kid accidentally killed someone, nothing will happen to him. However, if the person that died happened to be a foreigner's dog, the entire government and police force will come after that rich kid. Yu Zhong. Those who stay within the country aim to be officials, elites, celebrities, famous people. Those with capabilities all aim to go overseas anyway. I'm just going with the flow. Yu Zhong, the kingdom of God is not something you can afford to stand up to. Come with me and be a foreigner's dog. If we combine our forces, we can become an overseer of the Asia region. Chen Hongye had a twisted and feverish expression as he spoke loudly. When Chen Hongye was younger, his sister had been raped by a government official's son before. However, because he had worn a condom, just based on that ridiculous reason, he had managed to dodge the punishment and judgment of the law. From that moment on, Chen Hongye's personality became twisted, and worked hard to slog for the foreigners. After the apocalypse, the first thing he did was to join the kingdom of God, and worked wholeheartedly for them. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his shadow steps, and wielded his black tooth blade, slashing it at Chen Hongye. Chen Hongye, if you want to be a dog, that's your problem. I couldn't care less about your past. I just know that since you're in my way, you're my enemy. So you have to die. Chen Hongye's eyes flashed with a look of pity, as he raised his blade to block Yu Zhong's attack. What a shame. Yellow-skinned people are really a lower life form. You still won't listen. As they exchanged blows, the force of the collision knocked Yu Zhong back by one step. His strength could not compare to Chen Hongye. Chen Hongye laughed out grimly as he stepped forward. With this little bit of strength? And you want my life? What confidence! At this time, 3 sharp bone spikes shot out from Yu Zhong's waist towards Chen Hongye's own waist. Chen Hongye's face fell, and the black Swiss blade in his hands shot out a few blade beams, splitting the 3 bone spikes apart. Yu Zhong took the chance to slash towards Chen Hongye's body. As he hadn't recovered from the previous strike, he gritted his teeth and forcefully used his left shoulder to block the attack. The moment Yu Zhong's blade landed on the left shoulder, his 6 times strength exploded, causing Chen Hongye to fly back 5 meters. Chen Hongye's left shoulder had a few broken bones, and the Type 2 mutant beast hide on his shoulder had a little tear as well. He endured the pain as he though, damn, that bastard's strong. Yu Zhong's attack did not stop there, as his movements flowed one after another like water. His pupils narrowed, and he activated his art of fear. A powerful spiritual blast bombarded Chen Hongye's consciousness. Chen Hongye was instantly enveloped by a horrifying illusion, causing his body to stop still. In the next moment, a sharp bone spike came from behind Yu Zhong, piercing Chen Hongye in between his brows and nailing him to the ground. The chief is dead. Beast! We must seek revenge for Chief. Kill them all. We must avenge Chief. The remaining soldiers became enraged when they saw their chief killed, as they roared out and started charging at Yuzhong. These were the closest aides to Chen Hongye, and were loyal to a fault. They had turned mad with his death. Yuzhong looked at them, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, ordering White Bones, "Kill them!" White Bones leapt towards these soldiers, and its right hand opened, shooting 5 bone spikes out, piercing the heads of 5 of the soldiers, killing them instantly. Yuzhong raised his stinger and opened fire on the other soldiers. Following the sounds of gunshots, 3 of them had their heads blasted to smithereens and their lifeless corpses fell to the floor. As they witnessed this, 3 of the elders retreated to nearby cover. White Bones charged into the midst of the remaining shoulders, executing its whirlwind move again, and some of the beasts that were summoned from the summoner inside the group were immediately shredded. It also held out its huge axe, instantly slashing the stomach of the summoner, separating his legs from his upper body. One caster class enhancer was in the middle of a chant, when a sharp bone spike pierced his brain and nailed him to a wall behind. In a short span of less than a minute, the frenzied soldiers of Chen Hongye were all killed by White Bones, as broken bones and fresh blood were all over the ground. From behind a cover, one of the Hong Triad's elder called out, "Yu Zhong, we're willing to surrender. Please promise our well-being." By now the struggle was over. Chen Hongye had perished at Yu Zhong's hands. They had no hope of obtaining victory anymore. Therefore, they chose the wisest choice available. They were not steadfast soldiers that would die for Chen Hongye after all, and they had their own plans. Yu Zhong replied casually, "Fine. As long as you surrender, I can guarantee no harm would come to you. But if you guys think of resisting, then you'll have to pay the price. Come out." There were mutant beasts everywhere, and if he could gain the aid of 3 more experts, it would make his job easier as well. The 3 elders came out from behind the cover after exchanging looks, as they came in front of Yu Zhong. The 3 elders all bowed to Yu Zhong with a slightly perturbed manner. "Wei Huaning, Wu Wenxing, Gan Qi Hai greets Boss Yu." Yu Zhong had a broken left arm, and the 3 elders were uncertain if Yu Zhong would blame them for it. In this world, the strong often oppressed the weak, with no reason at all sometimes. Yu Zhong ordered the 3 of them, "Wei Huaning, Wu Wenxing, Gan Qi Hai, the 3 of you will become Larman's subordinates temporarily, and defend this place. As long as there's no breach, I'll consider it as a merit, and after the battle, I will reward you accordingly." These 3 elders had just surrendered, and were naturally untrustworthy, but Yu Zhong couldn't care about such. He was in dire need of experts, and he had no qualms using whoever he could get his hands on. If Chen Hongye's soldiers had not been so stubborn and loyal, Yu Zhong had in fact planned to absorb them. "Yes, Boss Yu." Hearing his orders, the 3 elders heaved a sigh of relief, and knew that Yu Zhong would not harm them since he needed them. Earlier, the viciousness of White Bones and Yu Zhong had left them with a deep impression, and they did not dare harbor any ill intent. Chen Hongye's shattering cut could penetrate even the hide of a Type 3 mutant beast. Its power was obviously immeasurable. In the past, no one could even defend against that strike from him. Although Yu Zhong had lost an arm, he was still alive, and managed to turn the tide to strike back at Chen Hongye, exhibiting his might in the meantime. Wei Huaning hesitated a while, before warning Yu Zhong, "Boss Yu, you must be wary of Diya. He's filled with killing intent against you." This time, Chen Hongye had hidden amongst his troops to infiltrate the town to ambush you. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed. So it was him. Yu Zhong did not falter as he replied, "I got it. Go on with your business." It was a crucial period right now, and even if Yu Zhong knew that Diya had been in cahoots with Chen Hongye, he could not do anything. If 2 tigers were to fight, both would definitely be injured. Even if he killed Diya now, he would be short of 1 more cannon fodder for the mutant beast. Wei Huaning made his way to the front lines after replying, "Yes. At a distance, within the post of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, the experts were displaying their own abilities, keeping the mutant beasts at bay. A huge wall of earth condensed out of mid-air, and blocked various parts, leaving only narrow alleys. When those mutant beasts followed the paths, they were immediately culled by the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. There was an expert who also possessed the ground manipulation skill, and he could use it to change the way the ground looked. As long as his spirit did not run out, he could maintain the shape for a decent amount of time. Did he succeed? Dia looked towards Yuzhong's direction as he muttered, "Chief, don't worry. Chern Hongye is definitely not simple. Even if he failed, Yuzhong would not be in any good shape. Regardless, we will not have suffered." A short, ugly man chuckled beside Dia. This wretched-looking man was Diya's advisor, Song Xian. Chapter 4:14. The situation gradually collapses. Chapter 4:14. The situation gradually collapses. Book 3, The South. Right at this time, a Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar came crashing into the huge earth walls like a tank, causing a deep booming sound to resonate outward. The maze that was created by the high-level enhancer immediately collapsed. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar continued its charge into the camp of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, squashing anything that came in its way. A few of the soldiers who were standing near the earth wall hunting the mutant beasts were instantly grounded into meat paste. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar was among the higher-level Type 2 mutant beasts, and the moment it entered the midst of the humans, it opened its mouth to let out an astonishing shriek that caused the ground to shudder. A large sound wave pulsated outwards with the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar as the epicenter, and in an instant, all those summoner types and spirit types enhancers without adequate endurance were instantly killed by the sound wave. The remaining enhancers were also not spared, suffering varying forms of giddiness, and blood flowed from their orifices, their movements dulled. At that moment, a number of black-scaled boars immediately charged towards the humans like tanks, causing a path of destruction as they squashed everything in their path, turning more than 20 over-enhancers into meat paste. The moment the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar had breached the defenses and launched its soundwave attack, it had decimated over 20% of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, and was still rampaging about their camp. Hong! When the mutant boar group just breached the camp, there was a huge earthquake, and a terrifying explosion instantly pulverized the numerous black-scaled boars. This was one of the last line of defenses arranged by the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Dia wasn't an idiot, and since he had ties with the military of Gillen City, he naturally possessed some talents who could create firepower ammunition. Explosives were one of his various means. After the dust settled, a number of bungalows had collapsed, and there was mutant beast blood everywhere. Seeing this, the people of the Heavenly Dragon Triad heaved a sigh of relief. Snakes! There are many snakes. Right at this moment, one of the enhancers who possessed the night vision ability shouted out in terror, his face turning pale. At almost the same moment, a huge horde of mutant snakes of all sizes and colors flew through the air as they landed amongst the enhancers of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Some of the larger snakes were a few meters long, while the smaller ones could be as small as 20 centimeters, and they made their way towards the Heavenly Dragon Triad members by slithering through the rubble and buildings. "Ah! I've been bitten!" One of the experts suddenly shrieked in agony, a 20 centimeters small snake with a green and grayish body appearing on his leg. He panicked and swiped towards the snake with his blade. The small mutant snake slithered away quickly, dodging the blow from the Heavenly Dragon Triad member. At the next moment, the right leg of the expert started to swell quickly, as a dark energy started to bloat up in his body. "Save me! Save!" The expert had only time to shout out twice, before slumping to the floor, dead. "There are snakes here too! Damn beasts!" Amongst the Heavenly Dragon Triad, There were screams being uttered everywhere, as the snakes came out from all sorts of covers and corners, and they had suddenly launched their assault, causing multiple casualties. One of the elder quickly came to Diya's side as he asked nervously, "Boss, what do we do? If we continue fighting, the brothers will all die soon." By this time, the Heavenly Dragon Triad had been forced to their last resort. The 5 evolvers that they had saved as their last trump card were currently already deployed at the front lines, and through their joint efforts, they were barely keeping the large mutant beasts at bay. However, no matter how strong the evolvers were, they had a limit to their stamina and spirit, and everyone present was extremely clear on the extreme situation they were in. Collapse was just a matter of time. Diya replied in an incensed manner, "What else can we do? Hold on. Go tell Ji Qing and the rest, they had better hang on. Once we make it past this crisis, I'll give them whatever they want back at Gillen City." In the past, there were many mutant beast hordes that attacked the small town as well, but each time, the humans had made use of traps, fortifications and combat ability to retreat. This time, the difference of the attack was that it was launched by almost every single type of mutant beast horde out there. It wasn't just a single assault led by a Type 2 mutant beast, but rather wave after wave of attack, making it incredibly hard to defend against. Diya was filled with dread facing this never-ending mutant beast horde, and one of the strength-based evolver had already been dismembered by a Type 2 mutant beast and its horde. Diya was thus unwilling to go to the front lines. Song Xian suggested, "Chief, let's retreat. If we continue like this, the elites of the Heavenly Dragon Triad will perish here." Diya frowned and his heart raced, but he still hesitated. "If we just retreat like this, when we go back to Gillen City, we will become the enemy of the rest of the triads." Song Xian laughed coldly, "Chief, today we have all seen the might of the mutant beast horde. This is definitely not something the human race can defend against. If the 3,000 people inside the town were to defend with all their lives after tonight, no one will be left alive. We need to break away now and leave this place of death." Song Xian laughed evilly and analyzed for Diya. If there were people who miraculously survived, they must have abandoned their own posts as well. Like this, they have no right to point at us. If they all died, that's even better. The 3 great triads have plenty of experts here, but our Heavenly Dragon Triad would have suffered the least. Then the entire Gillen City would be ours. Diya was still hesitating. There are so many mutant beasts outside now, if we charge out it will still be suicide. By this time, there were countless mutant beasts gathered outside the town. Going out now was guaranteed death. The inside of the town was instead safer. Song Xian continued to provide diabolical suggestions. "We can retreat towards the town first. Let the mutant beasts breach in, since there are so many experts in town, they can distract them. We can then make use of the chance and escape." Song Xian had an impassioned look as he looked at Diya and said, "Chief, let's escape. If not now, we won't have the chance anymore." At this time, one of the members came up to Diya with a look of fear and shock as he reported, "Chief, Luo Dehuan. Elder Luo has died in battle." Luo Dehuan was a strength-based evolver under Diya's command, and his combat strength was astonishing. When he heard the news of Luo Dehuan's death, Diya came to a decision. "All right. Convey my orders. All members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad are to follow me back to town." The moment Diya gave that order, the front line collapsed, as the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad made their way to town in a frenzy. Without the human experts to block them, the mutant beasts poured into town like water from a broken dam, as they began to gobble up the humans that they saw. Diya brought the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and escaped for their post, causing a hole in the defense of the small town, and numerous mutant beasts began pouring into town, engaging the experts inside the town in combat. Human nature was selfish, and after Diya brought his triad to retreat, Many of the other experts who were fighting bitterly also decided to throw in the towel, as they made their way back towards the town, before they were surrounded and killed. Without the clear command of a single leader, the human side was starting to collapse, and in the entire town, there were many experts trying to escape. They were still entangled with the mutant beasts, but without a clear command, they lacked the courage to survive and fight. Therefore, many decided to turn and run, not turning back. Even the heavenly dragon triad had given up. The smaller lone fighters were even more unwilling to fight to the death. What? The heavenly dragon triad had retreated? Are you sure? Over at the green bamboo triad's camp, Gao Ming Hao's expression was extremely unsightly, and he could not care about his image any more as he shouted in disbelief. The gang member replied immediately, "Yes, boss. I saw everyone from the Heavenly Dragon Triad escaping towards the town after abandoning their post." Gao Ming Hao gritted his teeth as he slammed the table, causing it to split into pieces. "Dia, you insufferable bastard!" The Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Dragon Triad were defending locations that were close to each other, and with the retreat of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, the Green Bamboo Triad would be at the highest risk. If they didn't retreat, they would definitely face a pincer assault from the mutant beast horde. "What do we do, Chief?" The upper echelon of the Green Bamboo Triad looked towards Gao Ming Hao and asked nervously. This concerned the life and death of the entire top brass of the Green Bamboo Triad. If they were not careful, the core power of the Green Bamboo Triad would fall here. Gao Ming Hao's brains worked at top speed as he turned his gaze towards Hu Yi, his gaze narrowing. "Hu Yi, I order you and Lu Lai Tio take 20 men and go take over Chu Ming He and the rest. As long as you can stall for 20 minutes, you're free to disperse after that. If we get through tonight, once we're back at Gillen City, I'll reward you guys accordingly." Hu Yi heard those words and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately stared back at Gao Ming Hao, pondering silently and only replying after 5 seconds. "Yes, boss." After which, Hu Yi and his trusted aide Lu Lai headed out, their shoulders squared. Without ample support, bringing 20 people to defend the area was a suicide mission. Gao Ming Hao watched the leaving silhouettes of Hu Yi and Lu Lai, before his eyes flashed and he ordered solemnly, "My orders! All members of the Green Bamboo Triad are to immediately withdraw towards the town." "Yes, boss." Under the command of Gao Ming Hao, all the members of the Green Bamboo Triad immediately abandoned their posts and retreated towards the town. As Lu Lai walked beside Hu Yi, he felt something amiss. "Hu Yi, where are you going? This isn't the front lines." Hu Yi's eyes flashed with pain as he slowly replied, "You're right. I'm not going to the front lines. I'm going to join my big bro Yu Zhong. All of you listen up. Resisting at the front lines for 20 minutes is a death sentence. Gao Ming Hao is obviously abandoning us, to buy some time for their retreat. To think that I was loyal to him, only for such an end, it truly chills the heart." Hui looked at his subordinates and continued solemnly, "Brothers, you have followed me for so long. I won't make things difficult for you. Whoever wants to stay loyal to the Green Bamboo Triad and Gao Ming Hao can go to fight. You can go to the front lines to your death. I will not force you. Those who want to follow me to join my big bro Yu Zhong, follow me." These 20 members had all antagonized the upper echelons of the Green Bamboo Triad at some point. This time, the fact that Gao Ming Hao had sent them out was precisely to get rid of them, and no one had spoken up for them. A burly-looking man with decent features, and an enhancement level of 27 walked up to Hu Yi and declared, "Hu Yi, Gao Ming Hao he doesn't want to die, we likewise don't wish for our deaths. Since he had cut us off so decisively, we can't be blamed. I Gao Fei am following you." "That's right. That's right." Everybody all hollered their agreement. No one wanted to die in this godforsaken place. Then, "Lu Lai, take care." Hu Yi turned towards Lu Lai and spoke a single sentence, before turning and leading his men towards Yu Zhong's site. Lu Lai struggled for just a moment before chasing up. "Wait! I'll come with you guys." The entire party killed the mutant beasts that got in their path as they made their way towards Yu Zhong's site. By the time they reached there, they had killed over dozens of mutant beasts. By then, Hu Yi's body was covered in blood as he came to Yu Zhong's side and spoke with excitement. "Bro, I'm here." Yu Zhong eyed him and immediately asked, "Little leopard, how come it's you? What happened?" Yu Zhong knew that this brother of his was extremely loyal, even when Yu Zhong had established the Green Stone Triad, which went on to become one of the 4 great triads. Hu Yi had not immediately come to throw his lot with him, instead remaining at Green Bamboo Triad to contribute merits for Gao Ming Hao. Now that Hu Yi had brought his men here, there must have been a problem. Hu Yi looked towards Yu Zhong and replied, "Bro, Gao Ming Hao sent us to our deaths. I wasn't willing, so I brought my men here. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have both retreated. Now there's only you left on the outskirts of town. Bro, what are your plans?" Yu Zhong pondered as his eyes flashed with a resolute glint. "Guard here? I will not retreat." Lu Lai could not help but ask, "But why? Boss Yu, both the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have retreated. The mutant beast horde will come here shortly. Staying here will only mean death." Yu Zhong replied, "We have constructed enough fortifications to hold the weaker ones off. If we go back to the town, the defenses there are weak and non-existent. Going there would mean certain death. Little Leopard, go bring men and join the front lines. You'll be tasked with handling the large types, is that okay? Any other problems, leave it to me to handle." Hu Yi chuckled, "Heh, bro. Leave the big mutant beasts to me then. Brothers, onwards." Chapter 4:15 Yu Zhong's Combat Strength. Chapter 4:15 Yu Zhong's Combat Strength. Book 3, The South. In the hunt this time, Yu Zhong had brought along 300 of his subordinates, and amongst them, the majority were just fresh ordinary humans who had received a little training. While they were unable to defend against the assaults of the mutant beasts, they could construct defenses, fortifications and lay traps. It was because of their help that Yu Zhong managed to lay his entire site with various fortifications, killing a number of the lower-level invading mutant beasts. These simple constructs had sharp steel beams, and barriers with spikes, stacked sandbags, and various other little traps. While they were ineffective against the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, to the ordinary mutant beasts, these simple traps could harm them fatally, to the point of taking their lives. Many of the mutant mountain rats would smash into sharp steel beams, as they struggled painfully. When some of the quicker mutant civets stepped on the jagged wires with force, it would cause their paws to be directly sliced off. With the numerous sandbags acting as blockades for the important channels, only 1 or 2 mutant beasts would be able to enter at any one time. With the aid of these fortifications, Yu Zhong's side could easily slaughter the mutant beasts under the command of the various experts, withstanding the seemingly endless assault of mutant beasts. It was just that these fortifications were effective against the lower-level mutant beasts. Against the bigger mutant beasts, it was a bit of a stretch. A simple charge of a Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar could destroy the entire defense. The large-type mutant beasts were the enemies and counter to these simple fortifications, and just a herd of them could cause mayhem and destruction. Without the cover of the defenses, his subordinates would find it infinitely harder to defend against the mutant beast horde. At this moment, in front of Yu Zhong's site, a large number of the mutant civets had suddenly dispersed, giving way to 20 mutant pangolins with thick armors that were charging over. "Fire!" Larman looked at the 20 mutant pangolins and bellowed angrily. The 10 heavy machine guns proceeded to unleash a fiery carnage, as the bullets that could pierce tanks only served to bounce off the armor of the mutant pangolins. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned white. Right at this time, Hui roared out as well as he leapt forwards, with the black-toothed blade that Yu Zhong handed to him, charging towards the mutant pangolins as he shouted, "Leave them to me! Die! Die! Ha!" Hui charged into the midst of the 20 mutant pangolins, as he laughed out maniacally, his blade flashing about. The 20 mutant pangolins were instantly sliced apart, blood flowing. After taking care of those mutant pangolins, Hui immediately retreated back behind the defenses. He had to conserve his stamina, and leaving the smaller and weaker types to the rest was the best choice. Bai Shaoxing. Yu Zhong saw that things had come under control, and immediately summoned Bai Shaoxing. "What's the matter, boss?" Bai Shaoxing came with a bored expression as he asked. As one of the top experts under Yu Zhong, he hadn't taken any action yet. Seeing the soldiers on the front line giving their all, his heart was ignited and he was getting restless. As an agility-based evolver, there were still differences in power. Bai Xiaoxing's combat strength was naturally stronger than Kai Mingliang by a huge margin. If they were to fight, Bai Xiaoxing could kill Kai Mingliang easily. Yu Zhong ordered solemnly, "Go into town now, any scattered lone enhancer or those who are running away, get them to rely on us. Tell them to join us." Bai Xiaoxing guffawed and dashed away in a flash, not before saying, making use of the opportunity to swallow the other powers, "Boss, you sure are crafty. Haha. But I like that. I'm going." Yu Zhong gazed at Bai Xiaoxing leaving, before he turned his attention towards the newly gathered 20-plus black-scaled ferocious boars making their way over under the lead of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar. It was that same Type 2 ferocious black-scaled boar that had destroyed the defenses of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and caused them to be routed. If it wasn't for the Type 2 ferocious black-scaled boar, the Heavenly Dragon Triad would definitely have been able to hold out longer. Yu Zhong looked at that tank-like beast and its followers, took a deep breath, his eyes showing a resolute glint, and began charging forwards towards them with White Bones by his side. He was not the weak Yu Zhong like he was back then, and he had already evolved to a level where he could definitely take them. This fight, he would definitely win. White Bones leapt over Yu Zhong, suddenly exploding out with a bone blade when it was in front of the herd of mutant black-scaled ferocious boars. It easily crossed one of the mutant black-scaled ferocious boar, slicing it in two as it passed by. Currently, White Bone's sharpening ability had caused the bone blades from its body to become extremely sharp, adding on to evolving into a dark skeleton, and the skill further enhanced +1, the sheer piercing power of the blades were truly terrifying. It could easily cause a high-level mutant beast like the mutant black-scaled ferocious boar to be sliced to death. Even a Type 2 mutant beast with a slightly lower defense would not be able to withstand a single slash from White Bones. White Bones was like a tyrannical killing machine. Its bone blades extended in all directions, and the 20 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar could only be sliced into pieces of bloody meat when faced against it. It was exhibiting its fearsome might after having evolved into the dark skeleton. When the Type 2 black-scaled mutant boar saw its little brothers being slaughtered, it immediately bellowed in anger, and a strong, oppressive soundwave was released in all directions. Under that destructive soundwave attack, Yu Zhong's body slightly shuddered. It could be said that the soundwave attack did cause him some discomfort, otherwise he was fine. After all, he was a dual attribute evolver, possessing the spirit and endurance growth attributes. His body was truly sturdy beyond belief, even a bullet would not be able to harm him overmuch. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar was just recovering from its sound wave attack, when Yu Zhong condensed a devil flame spear in his hands after expending 40 points of spirit and 10 points of stamina. "Burn for me!" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he tossed it out with all his strength. The sharp devil flame spear whistled through the air, and buried deep in between the brows of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar. The terrifying might of the devil flame spear immediately exploded out, piercing deeply into the armor, and penetrating the brain, before instantly enveloping the entire head cavity, incinerating the contents. Congratulations on reaching level 54, you have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on reaching level 55, you have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Following the 2 repeated sounds of notification, the mountain-like Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar toppled over, dropping a skill book and 100 survivor coins. Yuzhong chose to allocate all 4 points into agility, before walking over to pick up the items. Agility was extremely important to a warrior. It could allow the person to react instantly. If the agility wasn't strong enough, then there would be a lack of capability to deal with instantaneous changes. A high agility was also needed to deal with any decently skilled agility-based evolver, otherwise, he could be easily taken down by said agility-based evolver. Level 4 Skill Book Second Order Strength Consolidation. Learning this skill will permanently increase strength by 50. Requires strength consolidation to be enhanced thrice. With the death of the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, the remaining 40-some mutant black-scaled ferocious boars scattered around the town began to escape rapidly, some of them even exploding in anger. The finished swallowing a number of the weaker mutant beasts around, before they ran towards the mountain range. All of a sudden, a dark shadow shattered a number of glass shards as it pounced towards Yuzhong with a speed that exceeded by Shaosheng. On the battlefield, Yuzhong was extremely perceptive, and the moment the dark shadow moved, he had felt it, and retreated immediately, while keeping an eye on the attacker's movement. It was a Type 2 leopard cat, similar in nature to lightning. Yuzhong had retreated quickly, but the speed of the Type 2 leopard cat was faster. In just a short breath, it managed to pounce on Yuzhong, knocking him to the ground, opening its jaws in an attempt to bite down on Yuzhong's head. At this moment, a sharp-boned spike pierced the Type 2 leopard cat from the side, nailing it to the ground. Following that, another bone spike shot out almost instantaneously, piercing the body of the Type 2 leopard cat. Yuzhong immediately took out his crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed the head of the Type 2 leopard cat viciously, immediately splitting it open. A large orb of experience floated into his body, along with huge amounts of scorching blood splattering on him, but it wasn't enough to level up. The Type 2 leopard cat dropped a level 3 skill agility consolidation and 100 survivor coins. It's a good chance. After killing the Type 2 mutant leopard cat in a single slash, his mind raced, and he immediately emitted a long howl towards the skies. In a forest outside of the town, there was a roar of reply, filled with threatening might. Under the threat of that furious roar, the remaining 500-plus mutant leopard cats inside the town immediately retreated towards the forest. Following the new source of strength was the fundamental law of the mutant beast. Seeing the retreat of the mutant leopard cats, Yuzhong's heart was relieved. After all, Lightning, who was hidden in the forest, was one of Yuzhong's hidden trump cards. Now, with the addition of another 500-plus mutant leopard cats coming under Lightning's command, the strength of his hand had increased yet again. Right at this time, there was a horrifying howl that resounded, sounding neither like a tiger or leopard. The sound was so terrifying, as though it was a sound not possible on this earth. Everyone who heard it immediately trembled, their hearts filled with an uneasy premonition. Chapter 416 Continuous Level Up. Chapter 416 Continuous Level Up. Book 3 The South. Ever since Yuzhong had subdued Lightning, he had developed a bond with Lightning, and when that howl had sounded, he could feel the fear rising from Lightning. Yuzhong's heart immediately fell, and could guess the true nature of the beast. That was definitely at least a Type 3 mutant beast. The 4 great triads had at first intended to bring men to clear up the smaller mutant beasts, before slowly hunting the Type 3 mutant beast. However, they did not expect the Type 3 mutant beast they thought was their prey to make a move first. This mutant beast was obviously smart enough to control the large portion of the mutant hordes in the mountain range to launch an assault, planning even, by sending the Type 2s to battle, causing almost the entire town of humans to be killed. A small poisonous snake suddenly emerged from a dark corner, darting towards Yuzhong's legs. Yuzhong's reaction was quick, and his foot immediately came down on the mutant poisonous snake's body, squashing it directly with strength. "So you're attacking here now?" Yuzhong looked towards the surroundings, and with his night vision, he could clearly see countless mutant snakes gathering around him, their levels of varying degrees, and there were even larger hordes of mutant snakes slithering towards his sight. "This won't do. I need to get lightning to act. Otherwise we'll lose." Yuzhong's mind spun and he quickly let out a sharp howl towards the skies. Lightning, who had been hiding in the forest, received the order and replied with an angry howl of its own. It charged out, leading its 600-plus little brothers, as they raced towards Yuzhong's location. On the other side, White Bones was currently darting about, its bone blades flashing enchantingly. Within 10 m of its body, all the mutant snakes were currently being slaughtered or nailed to the ground. Countless mutant snakes of varying sizes were currently slithering towards Yuzhong, and in the dark where Moat couldn't see well, with countless snakes on the ground slithering about, it was a really skin-crawling scene. The numerous snakes intended to seal Yuzhong's route of escape, as they started to gather, and shot towards Yuzhong with a lightning speed. "Go to hell!" Yuzhong's eyes flashed, and conjured his devil flame at the first moment, as a huge ball of his devil flame emitted outwards from him. It continued to spread to a distance of 20 m, instantly turning all the mutant snakes into ash. Right at this time, a 30 m long mutant python opened its jaws wide, shooting towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong pointed a finger at that giant mutant python as a fire arrow shot out, piercing the jaws of the snake and exploding upon contact. It started to burn and in a few moments, it turned the entire head of the mutant python into mush. With the ever-increasing strength of Yuzhong's spirit, the devil flame in his hands had obviously become a lot stronger and much more threatening. As of now, he had reached a level of control with the devil flame that was natural as flipping his hand. After the death of the mutant python, another 10 green mutant snakes came out of a corner and darted towards Yuzhong, but just as they entered the radius of his body, they were immediately burnt to crisp by the devil flame. A large number of the mutant snakes started to pounce continuously towards Yuzhong, using their own bodies to wear down Yuzhong's devil flame armor. Suddenly, 40-30 m long mutant king cobras appeared in all directions, opening their jaws and firing their innate ability, which was a dark poisonous spit, aiming at Yuzhong. Yuzhong's expression fell, and increased the output of the devil flame around himself further. The black poison spit launched by those mutant king cobras landed on the devil flame and sizzled out in a dense poisonous cloud. Yuzhong then held his breath before activating his shadow steps, and shot himself towards one of the mutant king cobras in a matter of seconds. The devil flame sword in his hands danced, and the level 43 mutant beast was immediately chopped in two by a single swing. On the other side, White Bones was entangled with the mutant snake horde, as the dozens of sharp bone blades from its body sliced the heads off 10 of the mutant king cobras, sending them flying. White Bones had just slaughtered a full 10 of the mutant king cobras, when a variant turned up, its length 40 meters, its body scales shining with a metallic luster, its jaws opened wide as it shot towards White Bones. Level 65 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. It possesses immense strength and a dangerous venom. Yuzhong shot a glance at the huge beast, and saw that White Bones had been bitten on the right leg by the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. When snakes launched an attack, their speed was the fastest then. Although White Bones possessed a speed that was 10 times that of humans, it could not dodge the attack of the Type 2 Mutant King Cobra. With a single bite of gargantuan strength, the sound of breaking bones resounded. White Bones' entire right leg had been ground into powder. The fiery demonic eyes of White Bones flashed, as two sharp bone spikes appeared from its brows and directly pierced the eyes of the Type 2 mutant King Cobra. When the sharp bone spikes pierced the eyes of the Type 2 mutant King Cobra, a large amount of blood and mucus spurted out from the wounds. Using the bone spikes, White Bones supported itself and removed itself from the mouth of the Type 2 mutant King Cobra, landing on the ground. With its eyes blinded, the Type 2 mutant King Cobra was thrashing about with pain, twisting its body and causing a number of the smaller mutant snakes to be squashed to death. Seeing this, Yuzhong condensed another devil flame spear in his hands and tossed it forcefully at the Type 2 mutant King Cobra, piercing its head and exploding. The brains were instantly incinerated. Congratulations on achieving level 56. You have gained 2 points of attribute to be allocated. Following the sound of notification, the Type 2 mutant King Cobra slumped to the ground, dropping a green treasure box and 100 survivor coins. Yuzhong added the 2 points into his agility, and went to open up the treasure box. Level 4 Treasure, Ring of Poison Fang. Upon equipping, Spirit plus 10. It comes with a poison attack skill. When using the skill, you can imbue your melee weapon with a thorny venomous attack. Yuzhong instantly blinged himself up, of course, and his spirit was enhanced yet again. Now his spirit reached an incredibly terrifying level of 193 points. The power of the devil flame was dependent on Yuzhong's spirit, and with his spirit increasing all the time, his devil flame would become even more powerful. It was due to his current spirit that he had been able to casually execute 2 Type 2 mutant beasts. If it was someone else, even with the devil flame skill enhanced 3 times, they might not be able to kill a Type 2 mutant beast so easily. With the death of the Type 2 mutant King Cobra, the mutant King Cobras that were under its control began to disperse, escaping in all directions. Right at this time, Lightning had arrived with its 600-plus brothers, and under its command, they began to pounce on and kill the remaining mutant snakes. The mutant leopard cats were considered agile mutant beasts, and their movements swift. Adding on to the fact that the mutant snakes had lost their leadership, they became delicious food for the mutant leopard cats. Lightning had swallowed the Type 3 mutant beast nuclei that Yuzhong had given it, as well as the numerous Type 2 mutant beast nuclei that Yuzhong bought from the market, but it still had not evolved into a Type 3 mutant beast. However, its strength had increased a lot, its level reaching 67. The moment it entered the battlefield, it shot about like a specter, and in a matter of seconds, it had killed 3 of the weaker Type 2 mutant snake. After killing those 3 Type 2 mutant snakes, the rest of the snake horde collapsed, as they began to slither away, and the huge gathering of snakes was almost instantly dispersed by half. Yuzhong darted about and killed a number of the enormous mutant snakes, when suddenly a green shadow leapt out from the snakes, biting down on Yuzhong's thigh viciously. Even his 115 points of agility did not give him enough time to react. Level 60 Mutant Beast, Type 2 Mutant Green Snake. Possesses an uncanny speed and a dangerous venom. A sharp pain shot up from the bite. Yuzhong's left leg bone had been shattered by that Type 2 mutant green snake. Fuck! Yuzhong bellowed in pain and activated his gravity manipulation, causing a few genes of gravity to weigh down on the mutant snake. He then swung his crocodile tooth saw blade, immediately slicing the head of the Type 2 mutant green snake off. By all rights, with the powerful venom of that Type 2 mutant green snake, Yuzhong was faced with certain death. However, as luck would have it, the bite had went past the trousers, and although the clamping force was enough to break Yuzhong's leg, it was not enough to pierce the Type 3 mutant beast hide, hence, he wasn't poisoned, and managed to escape with his life intact. Congratulations on achieving level 57, you have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. The death of the Type 2 mutant green snake gave rise to another huge orb of experience to Yuzhong, allowing him to promote another level yet again. At the same time, the Type 2 mutant green snake dropped a skill book and 100 survivor coins. Yuzhong directly enhanced his agility, before picking up the skill book to take a glance. Level 3 skill book. Feline transformation. After learning this skill, one can turn into a cat person. 6 attributes would gain a huge increase. Compared to the other beast-type transformations, agility would be enhanced more, whereas strength and endurance are enhanced lesser. The body of the mutant green snake was small, and they were numerous, and was one of the main forces of the snake horde. With the death of the Type 2 mutant green snake, the rest of the green snakes started to disperse, and the snake horde again was decreased by half. Seeing this, Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief. Although the mutant green snakes were small, they were numerous, and they were as threatening as any large mutant snake. Now with their retreat, the pressure on Yuzhong was lessened yet again. With the situation somewhat more under control, Yuzhong started to limp back towards his camp. Chapter 4:17. Absorbing the Scattered Troops. Chapter 4:17. Absorbing the Scattered Troops. Book 3, The South. Heal me! The moment Yuzhong went back to his camp, he immediately summoned Mu Xiangling. With the level 4 regeneration ability, as long as Yuzhong wasn't forced to a point where it was a fatal injury, he could recover extremely quickly. The leg bone that was broken by the bite from the Type 2 mutant green snake would be healed within a day, based on his current vitality. However, in such a dangerous situation where anything can happen on the battlefield, moving with a broken leg bone was affecting Yuzhong's combat ability. Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed with concern, as she pressed lightly on Yuzhong's wound with both hands, activating her treatment of bone injuries ability, and a white light entered Yuzhong's leg. Yuzhongij, please be careful. I can only heal you once for today. With the help of the skill, Yuzhong's left leg began to heal quickly, and within a minute, the broken bone had finished repairing. Yuzhong surveyed his surroundings and saw that with the combined efforts of his subordinates, as well as the constant repair of the fortifications, they had managed to repel the never-ending waves of mutant beasts. It was also mainly due to Yuzhong hunting a number of the Type 2 mutant beasts, causing the hordes to be without leaders, therefore dispersing. Adding on the fact that lightning had joined in the fray with its little brothers, the defense was sustained. Even so, the current situation was extremely perilous. Yuzhong had only 10 subordinates who were above level 30, while the rest of the 200 over were mainly constructing fortifications, their enhancement levels not high. They had no combat skills, and their fighting experience was lacking. Getting those with no skills and experience to focus on the fortifications was still manageable. If they were sent to face any mutant beasts, they would definitely lose their lives. They were not like Xian Jiaro, who was well-equipped and was an evolver to boot. These were just ordinary humans, and getting them to challenge mutant beasts that were more ferocious than them was out of the question. Yuzhong glanced at Ningyu Xian standing beside him, and threw a number of those level 3 skill books to her, at the same time handing her a set of system equipment, saying, "Learn them. After that, put on these." Ningyu Xian's performance so far was considered decent, and at this critical juncture, it was better to have an additional subordinate with strength. Yuzhong had only a handful of people he trusted. Ningyu Xian could barely be counted as one of them. Ningyu Xian received the few books and the set of equipment, and her eyes immediately brightened up, as she smiled at Yuzhong. "Thank you. With a set of decent equipment and powerful skills, one could go through a total transformation and gain levels to challenge the wilderness." Xian Jiaro had been able to take on higher-level mutant beasts because she'd been supplied with equipment from Yuzhong. Mu Xiangling eyed the few books that Ningyu Xian obtained from Yuzhong, and could not help herself as she grabbed Yuzhong's arms and whined, "Gij, you're biased. Xiangling wants them too." Yuzhong ruffled her hair as he consoled her. "It's not the time now. Let's see how it goes in the future." N. Mu Xiangling also just pouted a little, but did not hold it against Yuzhong. After healing his wounds, Yuzhong pulled out his divine spring tea, and took a sip. Although the divine spring tea could not enhance Yuzhong's spirit further, it could quicken his recovery speed. In the current circumstances, regaining his spirit was definitely important. In the town, as the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had abandoned their posts, there were numerous mutant beasts prowling about. A level 45 violent ape had just grabbed an escaping enhancer and directly swung him harshly against the floor, smashing his brains. 6 mutant civets pounced on one enhancer and directly ripped his throat off, as they begun to chomp on his corpse. A number of mutant lizards came crawling across the various buildings, pouncing as they chased after the human enhancers, directly ripping them apart. A certain burly man who was wielding a huge mace that was way above hundreds of Jin was currently swinging it about like a tornado, defending 7 other people. As long as any of the mutant beasts were unfortunate to get caught by his mace, their bodies would immediately explode from the force of the impact, and knocked back. This valiant man was the leader of a small triad called the Great God Triad in Gillen City. His name was Jing Tu, and he was a strength-based evolver, brave and overbearing in his combat ability. Jing Tu was slaughtering the mutant beasts as he cursed out loud, "Fuck Dia and all his ancestors. If this daddy can make it back to Gillen City alive, I will fucking slaughter the whole lot of the entire Heavenly Dragon Triad." Due to Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad's betrayal, numerous mutant beasts had made it past their areas, causing chaos amongst the rest. 8 of Jing Tu's subordinates had also lost their lives. Currently, only Jing Tu and his 7 other good brothers were alive, and he was filled with hatred and fury towards the 2 great triads. One of his subordinates, whose entire body was covered in blood and had suffered a number of broken bones, looked at Jing Tu as he gasped out in misery, "Chief, you should escape. Don't care about us. We won't make it. If this goes on, you will die here as well." Jing Tu bellowed back coarsely, "Enough with the nonsense. Is this daddy the type of person who abandons his brothers?" Jing Tu had been a butcher prior to the apocalypse. When it happened, he had awakened as an evolver and set up his Great God Triad with a number of brothers. Although the triad was small, the camaraderie between all the brothers were especially great. Jing Tu wasn't someone particularly ambitious as well, and he had established the Great God Triad in a bid to protect himself, as well as his brothers, and he treated them all very well. Hearing those words of Jing Tu, 2 of the men sighed, as they took up their replica Tang swords, and began to slaughter the mutant beasts that had surrounded them, helping to alleviate some of the pressure on Jing Tuesday. Right at this moment, a number of mutant cows had formed a herd, and were rampaging over. Seeing those mutant cows in the middle of their charge, the 7 of them were filled with a sense of despair. "We're finished!" Although Jing Tu was obscenely strong, to defend against the charge of those mutant cows, it was definitely not feasible. Yet if he decided to dodge, then the 4 injured brothers behind him would definitely perish. Right at this time, a vigorous body flitted past the herd of mutant cows, as a blade flashed about, and the heads of the mutant cows were instantly sliced apart. Their lifeless bodies slumped to the ground. Jing Tu saw the dead mutant cows and his heart went cold. "Expert!" The blade continued to dance about, and in just a few breaths, the numerous mutant cows were killed off entirely, and the shadow revealed himself in front of Jing Tuesday. It was Bai Shaoxing. Jing Tu gazed at Bai Shaoxing and offered his solemn thanks. "This brother? Many thanks. I, Jing Tu, will never forget your grace." Bai Shaoxing gazed at the small group and replied mildly, "No thanks needed. I'm Bai Shaoxing from the Green Stone Triad. I was assigned by my boss to come gather the experts in the town. You're called Jing Tu, right? Bring your brothers to the Green Stone Triad's post. There's still hope for your brothers there. Otherwise, they'll definitely die. I'm going to get other people, smell ya later. After which, Bai Shaoxing went off, heading further into town. If there were no women for him to spend his energy on, everything else that Bai Shaoxing did was swift and curt. He was truly suitable to be a powerful expert. One of the soldiers hesitated as he asked Jing Tu, "What shall we do, chief? Are we going to go join Yu Zhong?" Jing Tu did not hesitate as he swung down his mace, saying with determination, "Go! Of course we're going. Even if Yu Zhong wants our great god triad, it isn't an issue, as long as every one of us stay alive, that's more than enough." Jing Tu had swiftly made his decision and immediately brought his brothers towards the direction of Yu Zhong's greenstone triad. When Bai Shaoxing entered the town, he continually saved various enhancers and advised them to gather at greenstone triad's location. When those enhancers who were running around like headless chickens heard that Yu Zhong and the greenstone triad were still holding the fort, they began killing their way towards them. There were a total of 3,000 enhancers who had decent combat strength and were experts in their own right, but without a facilitator, a lone person's strength could not possibly match up against the mutant beast horde. If Yu Zhong was to fight the mutant beasts himself, he would also not be able to hold on for long. When those experts began to pour into Yu Zhong's sight, he organized them, setting the injured and those who had expended their stamina to rest temporarily, while those who still had fight left in them were deployed to the front lines to face the mutant beast. With the participation of those experts, under Yu Zhong's command, the battle became more controlled. Some of the experts with the ground manipulation skill caused a few earthen walls to be erected, blocking the paths of the numerous smaller mutant beasts. Those with control of ice blanketed parts of the surrounding area with ice, which affected the agile-type mutant beasts, leaving them vulnerable and open to slaughter. While commanding them, Yu Zhong focused on changing and maintaining the terrain. The other experts had done it differently, trying to make use of the skills to kill the monsters. Any large mutant beasts that could threaten the terrain around the site were disposed of by Hu Yi and a small team of evolvers. The smaller mutant beasts were not strong enough to affect the grounds. The once seemingly endless horde were finally beginning to be held off under Yu Zhong's command of the experts, as well as the strengthening of the defenses. Just when Yu Zhong was about to take a breather, In Kaishan came to Yu Zhong with a strange look on his face. "Boss! The Scarlet Phoenix Triad had just arrived." When Yu Zhong heard that, he frowned. "They're here." Of the 4 great triads in Gilan City, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had chosen to abandon their posts and retreated into town. Now that the Scarlet Phoenix Triad had joined his side, Yu Zhong wasn't sure if it was going to be a good or bad thing. After all, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad was still one of the Big Fours, and had the qualifications to vie for leadership. Yu Zhong mulled for a while, before heading to the direction. "Let's go! Bring me to see Ding Lei." Yu Zhong came to the place they were at, and saw 100 of the Scarlet Phoenix members. Currently all of them were covered in fresh blood, many of them with heavy wounds. They were gasping for breath, and looked extremely miserable. The Scarlet Phoenix had brought 200 over members of their core group on this hunt, but even before the Type 3 mutant beast had made its appearance, they had lost over 100 of their sisters, their losses unbearable. Their preparations weren't as comprehensive as Yu Zhong, and they didn't have the aid of a Type 2 mutant beast like Yu Zhong had with Lightning and its little brothers. When the Heavenly Dragon Triad and the Green Bamboo Gang had abandoned their post, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were swamped from all directions, and after a long battle, they were only left with 100 of their members. The rest had died in battle. Ding Lei walked up to Yu Zhong and immediately said, "Yu Zhong, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad is willing to listen to your command. However, please let my sisters rest a while. I hope the injured can get treatment." Yu Zhong saw the Ding Lei was straightforward, and he immediately nodded and gave an order. "Good. Chief Ding, please bring some of your troops to support the front lines, to let them rest." Sisters, come with me. Ding Lei glanced at Yu Zhong once, before calling out to 30 of her female experts. Very quickly, Ding Lei brought her subordinates to the front lines, as they tagged out the exhausted soldiers. In a part of the town, as most of the enhancers had congregated at Yu Zhong's site, a large number of mutant beasts were currently circling the heavenly dragon triad, slaughtering them by the numbers. Ah! A soldier of the heavenly dragon triad bellowed, as he slashed a mutant monkey with a blade. In the next moment, a mutant violent ape leapt out and viciously pummeled that same soldier, causing his head to explode. A mutant civet had pounced on the body of another heavenly dragon triad member, crushing his windpipe in between its jaws and sharp teeth. As its teeth sank in and fresh blood splattered onto the mutant civet, it began to obtain an even more horrifying look. What do we do? Song Xin. Dia saw his subordinates dying one by one as he questioned in exasperation. Song Xin surveyed the surroundings, as he lowered his voice and told Dia, "Boss, with the situation now, retreat is the only option. As long as you're still alive, we can still make a comeback. We should quickly leave now." Dia's face turned grim. "What? You want me to leave the brothers behind and leave on my own?" Song Xin made his point passionately. "Boss, if you don't leave now, there won't be a chance later on. You are the chief of our heavenly dragon triad. Without you, the heavenly dragon triad is nothing. The rest can die, but you can't die. For the sake of the heavenly dragon triad, you must live on." Chapter 4:18. The Warriors Come to Submit. Chapter 4:18. The Warriors Come to Submit. Book 3, The South. Dia's eyes flashed with agony as he patted Song Xion's shoulder. "Fine. For the heavenly dragon triad. I can only retreat with shame. Even in troubled times, the loyal subject still stands by his king. Song Xion, I will never forget your loyalty. Upon returning to Gillen City, I will confer upon you the title of an elder." Song Xion's expression was one of delight. "Thanks, boss." Dia glanced at the members of his heavenly dragon triad who were fighting with their lives on the line, and he abandoned them as he charged towards a corner of the mutant beast horde. For the escape this time, Dia finally exhibited his true prowess befitting of his status as chief of the heavenly dragon triad. There were 6 pure steel circular sawtooths floating about him, and as long as any mutant beast got close to him, they would immediately be sliced and diced by those serrated blades. The few trusted aides by Dia's side also unleashed all their strongest techniques and abilities to assault the mutant beast horde. All of a sudden, a huge shadow appeared behind the number of experts, and a huge coarse tongue swept by, dragging one of the trusted aides into its mouth. Dia glanced at the huge beast, and his face fell. He turned around and pushed his speed to the limit, quickly disappearing into a patch of forest. That huge beast did not stop jumping about, its tongue continuously sweeping those unfortunate heavenly dragon experts into its mouth as it gobbled them up. Other than a few experts who managed to escape, the rest were swallowed entirely by that extremely huge beast. After the beast had swallowed them, it seemed to have no interest towards Dia and the rest who escaped, as it made its way towards the town. "The chief has escaped. Damn it. Dia, that bastard, he actually abandoned us. I knew he was unreliable. Fucker." Quite rapidly, the news that Dia had brought a number of his trusted aides to escape was made known to the rest of the Heavenly Dragon Triad members, and they were immediately filled with fury and anger as they cursed out loud. The remaining 4 evolvers had swiftly gathered to discuss their options. When they had retreated into the town earlier, one of them had died surrounded by mutant beasts, and they were the only 4 evolvers left of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. One of the man, who was skinny and had fairly dark skin, with hands full of calluses, looked at another who had decent features, and looked extremely outstanding, as he asked, "What do we do?" Xia Mingda. Xia Mingda's eyes flashed with a chill light. That Dia was callous, so he can't blame us for being heartless. Wretch. I want to bring the brothers to go join Yu Zhong. What about you guys? One of the evolvers, Huang Heng, a 20-something young man with blonde hair and multiple piercings, complete with the look of a hooligan, asked worriedly. Yu Zhong? What if he treats us like cannon fodder? The Heavenly Dragon Triad had constantly used the smaller triads as cannon fodder before. That was why Huang Heng was fearful. One of them, Sun Ming, a middle-aged man who was bald and burly, his face bearing a white tiger tattoo, replied solemnly, I'm in favor of joining Yu Zhong. We don't have too much time to consider. If we drag on, our brothers will die. The Heavenly Dragon had also brought over 300 people on the hunting mission this time, but after a cruel battle, they were only left with about 100 of them. Sun Ming's words caused everyone to quieten down. Sun Mingda surveyed the surroundings and directly smacked the floor, saying, All right, things are going to get worse. Let's go join Yu Zhong now. The other 3 evolvers had no further opinions, and they immediately brought the rest of their men as they slaughtered their way towards Yu Zhong's direction. After paying the price of another 20 lives of their subordinates, the remaining warriors finally arrived at Yu Zhong's area. Xia Mingda and the rest neared the site, and they immediately sought Yu Zhong out. Amazing! Dia truly cannot compare to Yu Zhong. Along the way, Xia Mingda saw the various fortifications Yu Zhong had set up, and seeing the closely packed defenses that were efficient against the smaller mutant beasts, the whole lot of them marveled at Yu Zhong's tactics. Upon catching sight of Yu Zhong, Xia Mingda immediately stepped forwards. Boss Yu, I'm Xia Mingda from the Heavenly Dragon Triad. These here are Zhang Wei, Huang Heng and Sun Ming. We're all evolvers, and have decided to join Boss Yu in these dire times. We hope that you can accept us. Yu Zhong chuckled and replied, Good! Since you have brought your troops here to join me, I won't neglect you guys as well. Since you were elders back at the Heavenly Dragon Triad, you can become hall leaders, and your subordinate are still yours to lead. If it was Yu Zhong who brought his men to conquer the opposing party, he would definitely bring reforms to the entire faction. However, since Xia Mingda and the rest had taken the initiative to join him, he had to leave them with some benefit. Otherwise, who would be willing to throw their lot in with him? Furthermore, it was a situation that required careful treading, and if Yu Zhong insisted on reorganizing them, it would just cause more problems, and the men would be unwilling to fight with everything they've got. Hence, Yu Zhong decided to leave their troops alone. Many thanks, Boss Yu. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, the 4 of them became reassured. Yu Zhong then directly gave the order. Xia Mingda, Zhang Wei, you go and assist Larman to go swap out Ding Lei and the rest. Huang Heng, Sun Ming, go bring your men and rest first. Yes, Boss Yu. Hearing that they were fighting alongside Yu Zhong's direct subordinate Larman, they were at ease. After all, Yu Zhong could not possibly be sending his own men to be cannon fodder. Yu Zhong's current group was like a gemstone that attracted the remaining enhancers in town to join. Soon, the group had swelled to about 1,000 in size. With a decent-sized fighting force, and under his commands, the defense post was becoming steadier gradually, and there were signs of expansion. With the flash of a blade, an agile Type 2 mutant civet's head was chopped off as it landed on the floor. With a 2m long green greatsword Qing Yun sword in her hands, she appeared beside the corpse and picked up the equipment and survivor coins. Go die! Ha ha! Hu Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed out maniacally, using all his strength as he swung his sword about, causing the head of a Type 2 red-faced monkey to be sent flying. As expected, the moment the Type 2 mutant red-faced monkey died, the rest of the red-faced monkeys fled. A sharp bone spike shot out explosively, as it drilled at a rapid speed into the head of a Type 2 Vietnamese golden monkey, piercing its skull and nailing it to the ground, killing it instantly. White Bones then stepped forward and picked up the skill book, and survivor coins drop. Amongst the Type 2 mutant beasts, there were stronger and weaker type. The Type 2 mutant Vietnamese golden monkey and Type 2 mutant red-faced monkey belonged to the weaker evolved species. As for actually dealing with these weaker Type 2 mutant beasts, there were currently enough strong evolvers taking care of them. Yuzhong deployed his experts, and they began systematically taking out those weaker Type 2 mutant beasts. As they died one by one, their lesser variants would lose all order and start to flee. Some of them even began to attack the other mutant beasts the moment they lost their leaders. Everyone present knew that it was a matter of life and death, and no one held back, utilizing all their skills to support the entire site from being overrun by the mutant beast. Under the joint efforts of all the experts, the different hordes of mutant beasts started to collapse, and bit by bit they dispersed. If the mutant beast horde that had assaulted the town was of only one race, then even if Yuzhong and the rest gave their all to fight, they would not have a chance, as there would be too many mutant beasts. However, because there were different types and races, with the deaths of their individual leaders, there were cracks appearing as some of the mutant beasts began to engage one another due to their innate nature. The number of beasts also gradually lessened. Just as there were about 12 more mutant beasts groups to be dealt with, a sudden earth-shaking roar resounded from the distance, causing everyone to be shocked with fear. "It's here! The Type 3 mutant beast!" Hearing that tremendous roar that could stop the heart of an ordinary person, everyone felt their hearts sink, and they knew the main character of tonight had finally appeared. Currently, after going through such a horrendous battle, the number of experts that Yuzhong could still utilize only numbered about 900 plus. While he gave his all to ensure the lives and safety of them, there were still 100 plus who perished at the jaws of the mutant beasts. The remaining experts had suffered large and heavy wounds, and their spirit and stamina were close to their limit. As they watched, a gargantuan python-like beast appeared, its body over 90 m long and 2 m wide. It had a long blue horn, and its sinuous body was completely covered with vibrant green scales. The beast had menacing vertical slits for eyes that gave the watching people a terrified feeling, like suddenly they had all become prey before its most natural predator. As it exited the forest, it was emitting a terrifying aura that coincidingly made it seem much more difficult to breathe. Level 80 Strange Beast, Type 3 Mutant, Green Jiao Python. From afar, Yuzhong stared at the huge python, and it also stared back at him through its vertical eyes. From that exchange, it gave Yuzhong an overwhelming sense of terror. Yuzhong's heart turned cold, as he had an extreme bad feeling. What a terrifying mutant beast! *1. Beside the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, there were 4 other mutant beasts following closely. One of them was a black toad that was roughly 4 meters tall, its body covered with a layer of mucus, and its skin dark gray. Under the mucus, one could see the skin covered with various boils. Another beast was a huge ape, with a height of 5 meters, its body covered with flashing red hair, and its eyes radiating a bright red light. The third beast was another huge python that was slightly smaller than the mutant green Jiao Python, and the last was a pangolin that was 3 m tall, 10 m long, and its body was covered with a thick layer of scales. Chapter 419, Type 3 Mutant Green Jiao Python. Chapter 419, Type 3 Mutant Green Jiao Python. Book 3, The South. Level 65 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Poisonous Toad. Level 67 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Violent Ape. Level 63 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Green Jiao Python. Level 66 Strange Beast. Type 2 Mutant Pangolin. Yuzhong swept a look across all 4 Type 2 mutant beasts, and was immediately notified of their information in his mind. Just as Yuzhong was calculating how to deal with those mutant beasts, all of a sudden, the Type 3 green Jiao Python opened its huge jaws, and spat out a huge green mist, which shot towards Yuzhong's location from 2 kilometers away. Damn it! Yuzhong's expression changed immediately, as he waved his hands, causing a ferocious tornado of fire to shoot towards the poisonous cloud. The green cloud of poisonous gas was enveloped entirely by the fire tornado from Yuzhong, before they turned to vapor and disintegrated into the air. Pooh! In the vicinity of that vapor, 4 enhancers of above level 30 suddenly turned black in their faces, as they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and twitched as they fell to the ground, before dying. Just that little contact with the vapor had caused the instantaneous death of 4 enhancers of above level 30. It could be seen how terrifying that poison mist of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python was. What was more terrifying was that the must had been sent from 2 kilometers away. This single-ranged attack from that gargantuan Type 3 mutant beast was just too fearsome. With that spit of poison mist as a signal, the remaining thousands of mutant beasts immediately launched into a frenzy assault on the defense site. Fuck! Bai Xiao Xing. Hu Yi. In Kai Shan. Xia Ming De. Xian Jiaro. Follow me. Yuzhong saw the numerous mutant beasts charging over, and his face fell before calling for the experts near him. These 5 were the closest as well as strongest experts, and in fact, there was Ding Lei near him as well, but Yuzhong had no way of issuing a command to her. After all, there was no master-servant contract between the 2 of them. Following Yuzhong's orders, the 5 who he called immediately fell in behind him as they rushed towards the front. Xian Jiaro's growth during the night had been the most rapid. After killing a large number of high-leveled mutant beasts, her enhancement level had reached 28. As an agility-based evolver, coupled with the fact that she was equipped with an entire set of system equipment, she had the strength of a level 40 enhancer. In front of Yuzhong, White Bones had shot forwards like an arrow, flitting about with its bone blades, slaughtering any mutant beasts that got in the way, clearing a path for Yuzhong towards the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. On the other side, Yuzhong had also commanded Lightning to bring its remaining 500-plus little brothers to engage the rest of the mutant beasts. This was also a bid to keep the path clear for Yuzhong. While Yuzhong's spirit was truly high, if he were to have a battle of attrition against the Type 3 mutant beast, he would definitely lose and die, hence he needed to ensure that he had a straight shot for the kill before his spirit is depleted entirely. Otherwise, the moment the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python shot that poison mist again, everyone would die without a chance. Right at this time, the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python opened its jaws again and shot out 2 consecutive globs of poison, one aimed at the town, the other aimed at the pack of mutant leopard cats led by Lightning. Yuzhong's face fell, and he waved his hands, shooting a terrifying ball of fire at one of the poison globs, instantly incinerating it and turning the glob into vapor. The other poisonous glob landed amongst the pack of mutant leopard cats, and the poison mist spread out instantly, enveloping an area half the size of a football field. Within the poisonous mist, 30 mutant leopard cats and other mutant beasts that were tangled with them instantly melted into puddles. Wherever the mist spread, as long as one was touched by it, the mutant beast would immediately turn black before slumping to the ground as its body corroded away. Fucking dangerous poison! Yuzhong's heart was truly unsettled. If that poison glob was to land on the town, it would immediately cause everyone to collapse. It was even more terrifying than any biological weapon known to man. Peng! Just as the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python was preparing to shoot another ball of poison, a shot rang out from the distance, as a sniper bullet landed explosively on the eye of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. The sniper bullet that could punch a hole in an armored truck simple bounced off the layer of crystal eyelid over the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python's eyes. While it did not actually injure the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python, it served to enrage it, and while the layer of crystal was not penetrated, it was dented inwards. As one could imagine, it did cause some pain. It turned to look towards a patch of the forest, and after locking on to the position of the sniper, it spat out a glob of poison towards him. When the poison glob landed, it immediately enveloped that patch of forest including that sniper, leaving only behind a sizzling mess and horrid stench. In that little time, Yu Zhong and his team had already gotten within 200 m of the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python. The 4 Type 2 mutant beasts beside the Type 3 mutant Jiao Python immediately charged over. Other than the 4 Type 2 mutant beasts, there were 2 other Type 2 mutant beasts also charging over, and they were a previously hidden Type 2 tree chameleon and a Type 2 boa constrictor. The Type 2 mutant boa constrictor was a 1 m long poisonous snake, with a speed that was just slightly slower than lightning, which was way beyond most of its kind. Just as the Type 2 mutant boa constrictor got to within 50 m of Yu Zhong, Xianjiao activated her skill, Divine Speed. Immediately, she burst forth with a speed that was above even by Shaoxing, brandishing a dark magic blade. She disappeared to the naked eye, while with a flash and in a single slash of a blade, she had chopped the Type 2 mutant boa constrictor in two. However, after that single slash, Xianjiao reappeared, her complexion pale and breathing ragged. Her stamina was still lacking, and since the divine skill was maintained by the amount of stamina she had, if she had no means of killing the enemy for sure, she would not be able to channel the skill for long. After killing that Type 2 mutant boa constrictor, Xianjiao had leapt to level 31, entering the stages of most experts. The mutant tree chameleon had just gotten close to White Bones, when it was met with a sharp bone spike that exploded out from White Bones' body, piercing its brain before it started rotating rapidly, turning the brain into mush. The Type 2 mutant poisonous toad could feel that Yu Zhong's party was not going to be easy to handle, and had opened its mouth at the first instant, shooting a huge ball of mucus to envelope them. It was the innate ability of the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad, and it possessed properties that could paralyze humans. The moment a person was caught in it, they would faint at the first instant. It was a Type 2 mutant beast that few could stand up against. "Boss, I'll deal with this fellow." In Kai Shan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he took a step forwards, swinging his arms forwards, and a huge block of ice was immediately condensed in front of him, blocking the ball of mucus. Bai Shaoxing roared with laughter, and in a flash, appeared beside the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad with his black tooth blade slashing down viciously at its body, saying, "You alone won't be enough. I'll help you out." When his blade landed, he felt a slippery feeling from the ends of the blade, as the black tooth blade followed the contours of the body and slid away. At almost the same time, one of the boils on the skin of the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad burst open, releasing a poisonous mist that started to spread. Bai Shaoxing could not defend against that sudden turn of events, and immediately fainted when he whiffed in the poison gas, slumping to the ground. He was after all an agility-based evolver, and had no way of defending against a poison attack. At this time, the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad shot its tongue out to grab Bai Shaoxing. "Beast! Go to hell!" Hui bellowed as he became one with his blade, and a huge blade beam that seemed to reach the moon and chase the stars came slashing down brightly onto the Type 2 mutant poisonous toad, directly decapitating it. Not only did Hui become a strength-based evolver, but his blade technique had even evolved to the second-order blade technique specialization, and he could utilize his own strength to produce an unparalleled blade chi. The strength of his blade chi was directly related to his strength, as well as the expended stamina and spirit. Right at this moment, the smaller-sized Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python came slithering over. White Bones immediately shot a bone spike towards the head of it. The Type 2 mutant green Jiao Python opened up its mouth to shoot a ball of poison gas back at the income bone spike. The moment the bone spike entered the range of the poisonous mist, it began to emit some fizzing sounds as boils started to appear on the surface of the bone, before it corroded into a pile of brittle bones. The demonic fiery eyes of White Bones flashed, and it retreated a few steps, turning around to deal with the other two Type 2 mutant beasts. The corrosive poison of the Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python was the perfect counter to White Bones, and if White Bones was to continue fighting it, it would only be dragging its loss, hence it had immediately switched targets. Yu Zhong eyed the Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python, his eyes flashing coldly, and he condensed a devil flame spear, before tossing it with all his strength, sending it towards the head of the Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python. The Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python responded by opening its huge mouth and shooting poisonous spit at the incoming devil flame spear. When the green poison landed on the devil flame spear, it sizzled up before evaporating, while the devil flame spear continued whistling through the air and pierced the head of the Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python, incinerating the brain into uselessness. Yu Zhong had just killed the Type 2 mutant green Xiao Python, but had no time to breathe as the Type 2 mutant violent ape that was built like a small mountain came at him in his moment of killing, while swinging its fist explosively towards Yu Zhong. Chapter 420 Fighting the Green Xiao Python. Chapter 420 Fighting the Green Xiao Python. Book 3 The South. The fist of the Type 2 mutant violent ape was huge, yet its speed was not slow, and it brought along a tremendous force, capable of even turning an armored car into scrap metal. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and dodged to the right, evading that fearsome punch from the Type 2 violent ape. "Boss, I'll help." Xia Mingde saw this and bellowed out in fury, waving his dark magic blade as he slashed towards the Type 2 violent ape. Xia Mingde was a strength-based evolver with the level 3 blade technique specialization, and his blade swings were extremely deadly. Coupled with the usage of the dark magic blade, he could easily slaughter any weaker Type 2 mutant beast. The Type 2 violent ape roared in anger, as it unleashed another terrifying punch towards Xia Mingde, landing heavily on the dark magic blade. The blow knocked the dark magic blade aside, and caused Xia Mingde to be sent flying back towards a tree violently, smashing into a sloppy meat pulp. In the end, even a strength-based evolver had no way of contending against a top-tier Type 2 mutant beast in terms of strength, and the only merit from Xia Mingde's efforts was that he left a blade wound on the hand of the Type 2 violent ape, as a thin line of fresh blood flowed from the wound. Each and every Type 2 mutant beast had their own strengths and abilities, and could not be underestimated. If caught off guard, even someone as strong as Yu Zhong would be easily annihilated. After killing Xia Mingde explosively, the glint in the Type 2 violent ape's eyes turned even more violent as it pounced towards Yu Zhong. On the other side, the Type 2 mutant pangolin was also charging at Yu Zhong like a tank. Even the head of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao Python had swiveled to look towards Yu Zhong with its cold vertical eyes. Facing the combined assault of the two Type 2 mutant beasts, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and pushed his shadow steps ability to the limit, dashing towards the Type 3 mutant green Xiao Python. If he allowed the Type 3 mutant green Xiao Python to unleash its devastating attacks, everyone that Yu Zhong had brought would die without a doubt. The two Type 2 mutant beasts were currently going to attack Yu Zhong, when all of a sudden, a layer of slippery ice condensed on the ground. The Type 2 violent ape was caught unprepared as it stepped on the slippery ice, causing it to heavily fall, smashing a huge rock by the side of the road into smithereens. The Type 2 mutant pangolin, on the other hand, had reacted immediately, extending its sharp claws as it grabbed the ground, maintaining its stability. However, as a result, its speed slowed down considerably. Hu Yi walked towards In Kai Shan with a huge stride as he laughed. "Beautifully done, Deadface." In Kai Shan was constantly unemotive, and thus when Hu Yi had met him, he had immediately assigned a nickname to him. In Kai Shan frowned as he muttered, "Hu Yi. I'm called In Kai Shan, not Deadface." Hu Yi roared with laughter. "Ha ha! I can still kill one more, after which I'll be spent. The remaining one will be left to you." In Kai Shan replied solemnly, "Then go get rid of that Type 2 mutant pangolin." "Fine!" Hu Yi's eyes danced as he shot forward, and again became one with the blade. An unparalleled blade beam came slashing down on the Type 2 mutant pangolin. That tremendous blade beam instantly sliced through the tough carapace of the Type 2 mutant pangolin, splitting in two, as its innards and blood splattered out, dyeing Hu Yi's body red. The moment he disposed of the Type 2 mutant pangolin, Hu Yi's complexion turned extremely pale, and he started to breathe raggedly, before pulling his blade out and retreating. He was currently extremely weak, and had expended all he had. Even a normal mutant beast would be able to wipe him out easily. Yu Zhong continued to rush towards the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, as he swapped to a PF-98 swiftly. Grilled it out, he immediately began aiming at it and firing. With a flash, the rocket landed on the gargantuan body of the Type 3 green Jiao Python and exploded. With that explosion, fresh blood splattered as scales flew apart. Unfortunately, the rocket had actually only caused a fist-sized hole in the side of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. Seeing this, Yu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying defense! If it was an ordinary Type 2 mutant beast, that single attack from Yu Zhong could cause the body to be blasted in two. However, all it did for the Type 3 mutant beast was cause a small fist-sized bloody wound. It was obvious that the defense of the Type 3 mutant beast was much tougher than that of a Type 2 mutant beast. Of course, when the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python received that rocket from Yu Zhong, it emitted a roar of pain that sounded like a tiger or leopard. At the same time, it opened its huge jaws and activated its innate ability, spitting out a huge green ball of poisonous mist that enveloped itself. Yu Zhong then pulled out another PF-98 and fired at the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. This time, when the rocket had just arrived near the body of the green Jiao Python, it was almost instantly disintegrated due to the strong corrosive poison mist, dissolving into a puddle. The Type 3 green Jiao Python shot Yu Zhong a look, as its body started moving. When it moved, its speed was extremely fast, even quicker than that of lightning, which was an agile type beast, and in just a few breaths, it had reached in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he instantly activated a layer of devil flame around him, and when the poison mist around the green Jiao Python came in contact with Yu Zhong's devil flame, it began to sizzle and turn into wisps of vapor. If it wasn't for the protection of the devil flame, Yu Zhong would had instantly been dissolved. The degree of poison belonging to the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python seemed to totally overcome any close combat enhancers. Without ample protection against the highly corrosive poison, one would be guaranteed to dissolve the moment one got too close. Yu Zhong then activated his body-encompassing armor, as white bones turned into a black orb of light and formed a black carapace that seemingly shined with a metallic luster. The Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python opened its huge jaws and bit down towards Yu Zhong at a lightning speed. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, and his speed reached 15 times that of an ordinary person, and while it was not comparable to the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, it gave him leeway to react. Just as the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python started to bite down, two sharp bone spikes shot out from Yu Zhong's leg that was covered with the body-encompassing armor, propelling him upwards into the skies. The Type 3 green Jiao Python took a bite out of Yu Zhong's original position, instantly crushing the two bone spikes. Yu Zhong shot out into dust. If Yu Zhong had been just a little slower, he would have been crushed into bits. The moment the bone spikes were destroyed, Yu Zhong took the chance to leap onto the head of the Type 3 green Jiao Python. However, just as he had gotten on its back, the beast shook its head wildly, and a huge force transmitted, coupled with the layer of slippery mucus on the beast's body, flinging Yu Zhong away by tens of meters. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed, as the devil flame in his right hand danced, and the long, all-conquering devil flame spear appeared. He tossed it out strongly, and the devil flame spear shot towards the Type 3 green Jiao python extremely fast, breaking the sound barrier. The Type 3 green Jiao python's eyes widened, and it opened its huge jaws to counter the devil flame spear by spitting a dense green glob of poison at it. Poison vapor rose to the skies, before the devil flame spear penetrated that huge ball of poison, reaching the Type 3 green Jiao python. Although the ball of poison had not managed to stop the devil flame spear entirely, it had worn down the strength of it, and the remaining power behind the devil flame spear was not enough to threaten the Type 3 green Jiao python. Once it had disrupted Yu Zhong's attack, the Type 3 green Jiao python opened its jaws again, and started firing balls of poison at a rate of 1 per second, continuously shooting them at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body flitted about in a bid to dodge those rapid-fire balls of poison. As those poisonous balls landed on the ground, they started to corrode the ground, leaving multiple holes. The might of those poisonous balls was enough to engulf an area that neared half of a football field, and under the continuous firing of poison spit, the entire area was now covered with a dense green poisonous fog, and all living things within the area had already been dissolved into puddles. If those poison balls had been fired on the site where Yu Zhong and his men were defending, it was definitely more than enough to completely wipe out the hundreds of experts. Yu Zhong flitted about, dodging continuously like a specter, and the devil flame covering his body burnt away any poison fog that neared him. Wisps of poisonous vapor sizzled towards the skies. Damn it! What an annoying beast! As Yu Zhong evaded, his heart was crying bitterly. This Type 3 green Jiao python truly possessed formidable combat strength, and was forcing all his trump cards. Even then, he lacked the confidence for victory. I'll have to bet it all, otherwise we're going to die here. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a resolute glint, and he held his breath, then started to rush towards the Type 3 green Jiao python. In order to defend against the assault of the poisonous fog, he had to expend a huge amount of spirit to maintain the devil flame around himself. If this went on, he could defend against the poisonous fog for a limited time only, as after his spirit was expended fully, he would lose his defense as well. In just 3 seconds, Yu Zhong had managed to rush to the front of the Type 3 green Jiao python, the devil flame dancing in his hands. He expended another 60 spirit and 20 stamina to condense a 2m long devil flame sword. This was, by now, the most that he could afford already. Yu Zhong had just reached the body of the Type 3 green Jiao python, when its eyes flashed fiercely, and bit out towards Yu Zhong in a vicious manner. Yu Zhong caused a few bone spikes to shoot out from his right side, pushing him away by 6m, and the jaws of the Type 3 green Jiao python landed on empty ground, causing a few cracks to appear in the surroundings. Yu Zhong then quickly propelled himself towards the head of the Type 3 green Jiao python, before he used the devil flame sword to viciously strike at and puncture the eyes of the enormous beast. The blazing hot devil flame sword penetrated the eye, causing the mucus near the eyes to be burnt into nothing, and the might of the devil flame exploded out, instantly burning the insides of the eye. The beast let out an earth-shaking roar of pain, and thrashed about with its strength, instantly knocking against Yu Zhong's body. Yu Zhong felt like he was struck by a train as he was instantly knocked back dozens of meters, and even with his layers of protection and defense, he could feel almost 20 of his bones snapping, his internal organs shaken, as he spat out a huge amount of fresh blood. When he landed, his body felt like breaking apart, his head dizzy, and the degree of pain almost unbearable to the point where one would wish for death. He coughed out once, and another huge mouthful of blood came rushing out. His condition was truly terrible. This was under the fact that Yu Zhong was partly an endurance evolver. Naturally he had large amounts of endurance. If it was an ordinary person, even if he were to don everything Yu Zhong had on, that single blow from the Type 3 green Jiao python was enough to shatter the insides of the person. Thankfully, Yu Zhong's body was sturdy enough, hence he managed to survive the blow. Barely. Yu Zhong gritted his teeth as he tolerated the pain, taking a look at the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python. Only to discover that the devil flame was currently burning the right eye of the Type 3 green Xiao python. As it writhed about in pain, however, with the enveloping mist of poison, the devil flame was diminishing slowly. If this continued on, the beast would definitely be able to recover. No. I can't go down like this. I need to get rid of that piece of shit. Yu Zhong sucked in a deep breath, swallowing a life-saving grass, and directly threw a Type 2 mutant beast blood essence into his mouth. With a thought, 2 spikes shot out from behind him, propelling his body towards the Type 3 green Xiao python. While the blood essence of a Type 2 mutant beast had no more enhancing effect on Yu Zhong's vitality, it provided a huge boost in terms of his recovery. The moment the Type 2 mutant beast blood essence entered his body, it diffused and started nourishing his body. At the same time, his level 4 regeneration skill kicked in, helping in the rapid repairing of his body. This enabled him to regain his mobility even after suffering several broken bones. When Yu Zhong reached the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python, he pulled out his stinger and aimed at the right eye of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python, firing 6 consecutive shots. The fearsome stinger bullets penetrated the wounded right eye of the beast, forcefully entering its body before exploding, causing a number of the nerves to be destroyed as a result. By this time, the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python had become thoroughly enraged, and started twisting its massive body, spitting out poisonous balls rapidly in all directions as part of its rampage. Facing the enraged Type 3 mutant green Xiao python, Yu Zhong could only use guerrilla tactics such as dodge and hide. As the spittles of venom shot out in all manner of directions, the moment it landed on any living thing, be it human or mutant beast, the unlucky victim would immediately be corroded and dissolved. After spitting out more than 100 balls of poison, the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python became sluggish. After all, using its innate ability with such disregard would be tiring to even a Type 3 mutant beast. Upon seeing that the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python was becoming sluggish, he propelled himself by extending a bone spike, before leaping onto the head of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python. He used his right hand to shoot 4 extremely sharp spikes which formed a drill-like shape as they pierced the wound, and began to spin rapidly. Chapter 421 Promotion Level 60 Chapter 421 A Promotion Level 60 Book 3 The South. The large drill started to spin rapidly, as it made its way towards the brains of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python. Soon after, the brain was pierced and the drill continued to spin rapidly, blending the internal brain matter into mush. No matter how strong the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python was, with its brain destroyed it was done for. In its death throes it tried to fling Yu Zhong, sending him flying, before it shuddered a while, and then finally slumped to the ground. When Yu Zhong was sent flying by the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python, his body also trembled non-stop, his internal organs suffering from pain. He gritted his teeth forcefully, sending 2 spikes out from his back, supporting him and preventing him from landing harshly. Congratulations on achieving level 58. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 59. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 60. You have gained 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 60. You have gained 1 skill point to be allocated. With the death of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao python, Yu Zhong had immediately leapt 3 levels, becoming a level 60 enhancer. The notifications sounded one after another in his mind. Yu Zhong thought for a while, before allocating all the points to his agility, at the same time, strengthening his Devil Flame to +4. Level 3 skill Devil Flame +4. Its power is now stronger than the prior enhancement by 5 times. After Yu Zhong's Devil Flame was enhanced, its power was truly raised by a huge margin. However, it had not yet reached the level of a second-order skill. A second-order skill was the next threshold, and its might would definitely surpass that of a normal first-order skill. Ever since White Bones had evolved to its Dark Skeleton stage, it could single-handedly deal with any elite soldier, and killing even the weaker Type 2 mutant beasts like nothing. That was how powerful a second-order skill was. Yu Zhong was intending to raise his Devil Flame to its second-order stage as quickly as possible. That way he would have something that could deal with the defense of a Type 3 mutant beast. Yu Zhong looked towards the corpse of the Type 3 mutant green Xiao Python and discovered a green treasure box as well as 300 survivor coins. I wonder what precious treasures would be dropped. Yu Zhong bent down to pick up the green treasure box and opened it, as a green radiant line shone out and a green cloak appeared in his hands. Level 5 treasure, green Jiao Cape. By wrapping it around one's body, they can completely protect against even the incoming attack of a 37mm cannon. Upon equipping, agility +12. Accompanying skill, summon green Jiao Spirit. Skill description. When using the skill, a green Jiao Spirit with the combat ability rivaling that of a Type 2 green Jiao Python will appear to battle alongside user. Ability duration 1 hour. Cooldown 24 hours. Yu Zhong donned the cape, and his agility got raised by another 12 points. By this time, his agility had reached 135 points. Many of the lower-leveled agility-based evolvers could not match his speed at all. Yu Zhong glanced at the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python's corpse, and deactivated the bone-encompassing armor. He then issued an order to White Bones, "Go retrieve its blood essence and nuclei for me." To any ordinary enhancer, the thing that was most beneficial to them would be the blood essence of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python. The blood essence could raise their body constitution, and while it did not help the combat stats, it was still extremely important. After all, of the 6 major attributes, there was not one that was useless. When it received the order, White Bones immediately burrowed into the corpse of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, retrieving the necessary items and handing them to Yu Zhong. The moment he killed that green Jiao Python, the rest of the horde started to lose all signs of their order, many of the bigger ones immediately gobbling up the weaker ones. Even more started to escape in all directions. Even the Type 2 violent ape that was clashing against Ing Kai Shan suddenly left him alone and started to run towards the mountain range. These Type 2 mutant beasts had developed some sort of sixth sense, and would retreat the moment things seemed bad. "We won! We're alive! Thank God! We're alive!" When all the experts who were beyond exhausted saw this, their hearts began to relax, and at the next moment, people began to whoop in delight and excitement. This time, when the mutant beast horde had swarmed them, their numbers were nearing in the 800,000s. It was a force that was almost 20 times larger than the humans, and if it wasn't for the chaos in between the different races or their leaders being killed before the horde collapsed, the town of humans would definitely have been killed. Many of them were already prepared to die, and when the ending came and they were still alive, they could not help but cheer in relief. Some of them had literally fainted on the ground the moment they saw the mutant beasts dispersing. They had been at battle for so long and had pushed themselves beyond the limits of their stamina and spirit. Long live Boss Yu! Boss Yu, you're awesome! Not long after, Yu Zhong, Hu Yi and the rest slowly appeared at the town entrance. All the surviving experts immediately erupted in a earth-shaking cheer when they saw them. Passionate and thankful gazes fell on them. Against the beast horde, if it wasn't for Yu Zhong's superb command of the situation, as well as his courage and bravery, even taking care of the Type 3 mutant green Jiao Python, no one in the town would have been left alive. This was truly a heartfelt appreciation from every expert present. Amidst the cheers, the upper echelons of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad had a complicated look as they gazed at the party. One of the Scarlet Phoenix elders, Lu Ling Ling, whispered to Ding Lai, "Boss, now is the time where he's at his weakest. Shall we take him out?" Anyone could see that Yu Zhong's party had been through a grueling battle, and were at their limits. It was truly their weakest condition. The Scarlet Phoenix Triad had managed to establish themselves in Gillen City precisely because they were not some merciful or kind people. Taking advantage when their opponents were weak had been a normal occurrence in their manner of handling things. Ding Lei gazed at the party for a long while before shaking and saying, "No. If we act now, we might not be able to kill him. If we can't get a sure kill, we will suffer from his retaliation." As the cheers went on, Yu Zhong went back to his own site and began to rest. After fighting in so many life-and-death battles consecutively, he was also feeling extremely exhausted, instantly falling asleep when he laid down. The rest of the experts also left for their own places within the town to rest. As for the 200-plus ordinary soldiers that Yu Zhong had brought specifically to help construct defenses, under Larman's command, they began to sweep up all the corpses of the Type 2 mutant beasts, the other higher-level mutant beasts, and kept watch over them, including the Type 3 mutant beast corpse. These were after all valuable treasures. On the second day, when most of the experts had just woken up, they were summoned by Yu Zhong to the main square. In the open square of the town, the human experts gathered one by one. Over 3,000 people had come on the hunt for the Type 3 mutant beast. As of now, only 900 of them remained. The rest of the 2,000-plus people had died at the jaws of the mutant beast horde. However, for the surviving experts, almost every one of them gained a huge increase in their combat abilities. Jingtu also brought the rest of the Great God Triad towards the square and found a spot to sit down. "Where's the Scarlet Phoenix Triad?" Jingtu swept his gaze left and right, but did not discover them, and he started to feel uneasy in his heart. Right at this time, a chief of the Divine Dragon Triad, Zhang Zhihao, whose looks were insignificant, came up to Jingtu and said, "Old Zheng, seems like something's off. Looking at the crowd, don't tell me boss you wants to absorb all of us?" While this Divine Dragon Triad sounded extremely valiant, and could be confused with the Heavenly Dragon Triad, in truth, they were comprised of 7 core members, who were good brothers as well as a few other outer members. The chief, Zhang Zhihao, had a SOSO strength, and his enhancement level was 33. However, his character was smooth, and he had a lot of connections, and he had some form of bonds with Jing Tuesday. Jingtu eyed Zhang Zhihao and spoke solemnly. "Yesterday it was all due to Boss Yu that we're all alive now. If Boss Yu wants to take all of us in, then there's nothing wrong with it, just treat it that we're giving our lives to him." Zhang Zhihao's expression turned frigid as he replied, "Bro Jing. Yes, it's true that he saved us. But our businesses had been based on our own efforts. If he wants to take them all, isn't that inappropriate?" When Jingtu heard those words, he also could not help but turn silent. Modern society was like this. Even though Jingtu was grateful to Yu Zhong for saving their lives, but the thought of handing over his business, even Jingtu felt a little reluctant. In the square, the majority of the people began to engage in discussion, guessing Yu Zhong's motives for gathering them here. At this time, Yu Zhong strode onto the stage in the middle. Behind Yu Zhong, there was Xian Jiao and Ning Yu Xian. On his sides, there were 2 neat rows of soldiers who had an extremely intimidating aura. Yu Zhong sat down, sweeping his glance across the entire square, before opening his mouth. "Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss something important." Yu Zhong glanced around a little after pausing, then continued. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad went back on their words, abandoning their posts at a crucial time. This is a heinous crime. I've decided that when I head back to Gillen City, I will exterminate them according to the agreement. However, while the Green Stone Triad has that wish, we may not have the strength. So I hope that all of you here will help me, Yuzhong, out. That's natural. The Heavenly Dragon Triad. Green Bamboo Triad. Those bastards. Kill them. Boss Yu. I, Zhang Zhihao, will definitely support you. Destroy them. Kill those bastards. After those words of Yuzhong, everyone present exploded out in fury. Everyone had a deep hatred for those two triad. If it wasn't for their betrayal, many of their brothers and friends wouldn't have died needlessly. Revenge was something they agreed on. Chapter 422. Diya's Resolve. Chapter 422. Diya's Resolve. Book 3, The South. Yuzhong looked at everyone before slowly saying, "The Heavenly Dragon and Green Bamboo factions are large, their operations well organized. To eradicate them, we will need to work together. Without a single commander, it would be impossible, therefore I have decided to establish the Heaven Union, combining all our strength to wipe out the two triads." Yuzhong wanted the experts present to work together. However, he knew that many of these experts had their own triads, and they would not be willing to just bring their men to join Yuzhong, hence he came up with the idea of an union. Zhang Zhihao immediately clapped his hands and nodded. "Good! This idea's good. That's great. I vouch for Boss Yu to be the union chief of this Heaven Union." "That's right. If it wasn't for you, Boss Yu, we would all have died. Boss Yu, if you were to be the union leader, we would have no objections. Those who are not willing to join the Heaven Union must be dogs of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Let's eradicate them." Amongst those rallying cries, there were definitely some who were planted by Yuzhong, but a number of them were shouting out heartfelt words as well. After the tough battle against the mutant beast horde the previous night, Yuzhong had absorbed a number of experts into his ranks, and these people would be able to bolster his fighting force and naturally increase his might. Under those passionate cries, if there were anyone who still hesitated, they could only keep silent and go with the flow. Yuzhong grinned and amiably called out, "Fine. Since everyone has so kindly nominated me, I will gladly accept the position as Union Chief then." This Heaven Union was a way that Yuzhong could utilize all the different triads. With this, it was more effective than forcefully absorbing the smaller triad. Also, with the name of the Heaven Union, Yuzhong could justify sending those smaller powers who were not willing to join him, to become cannon fodder to test the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, wearing down their forces. Zhang Zhihao was the first to applaud loudly. "Long live Union Chief Yu! Congratulations, Union Chief Yu!" A wave of congratulations began to resound from the people present. Some of the more intelligent ones could tell that something was off, but seeing the numerous experts beside Yuzhong, they kept their silence. After establishing the union to control the number of experts, Yuzhong began to delegate duties for them to clear the numerous mutant beasts' corpses. They were all valuable resources, be it their hide, their bones, their claws, they were all materials that could be turned into useful equipment. Therefore, everyone began to collect with a look of excitement on their faces. Diya had managed to escape back to Gillen City in a pathetic manner. When he returned, he immediately summoned the remaining two elders who stayed behind as he gave an order. "Immediately bring men to go get Yuzhong's father Yu Ming here." The two elders were called Yan Liang and Lu Tao, and they were both evolvers, possessing immense strength. Yan Liang frowned as he asked, "Chief, if we kidnap Yu Ming, we will really be creating an enmity with the Green Stone Triad. Are you sure this is a good idea?" Diya's pupils narrowed as he coldly asked, "Elder Yan, are you trying to go against my orders?" Yan Liang replied with haste, "Your subordinate does not dare. It's just that, Chief. May I ask, what happened to the other elders that went hunting with you?" Good. 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 Yen Liang, you dare to question me? Dia laughed coldly before suddenly brandishing the blade at his waist, slicing Yen Liang's head off with the flash of his weapon. Yen Liang's decapitated head flew through the air, landing on the floor with a thud, his eyes one of shock. Yen Liang had never thought that Dia would actually act against him. Normally, even though the two of them had their conflicts, as Yen Liang was an evolver, and his position inside the triad wasn't low, Dia had to give him some face as well. Due to this, Yen Liang did not foresee that Dia would suddenly explode and kill him in a single move. Witnessing this, Lu Tao's face immediately fell, and he could not help but retreated a few steps. Dia stared at Lu Tao coldly, spitting. Yen Liang committed insubordination and was dealt with by me. Elder Lu, are you going to obey my orders? Or do you want to disobey as well? By now, within the Heavenly Dragon Triad, there were only Dia and Lu Tao left who were evolvers. Yen Liang had been good friends with all 6 elders that Dia brought out, and Dia was afraid that there would survivors from the town, and hence, to thoroughly seize control of his Heavenly Dragon Triad, he had taken care of Yen Liang at the first moment. Lu Tao felt a chill in his heart as he replied, Lu Tao is willing to strive for chief. I will bring my men to capture Yu Ming right this instant. With that, Lu Tao quickly left. Dia then mulled for a long while, before carrying out various actions. The entire Heavenly Dragon Triad was activated, as they went to attack the Green Stone Triad that Yu Zhong established. Countless hooligans of the Heavenly Dragon Triad carried knives and wooden bats as they went into the different establishments, pillaging and damaging property, attacking anyone on sight. They strove to destroy as much of the businesses they could, while injuring many members of the Green Stone Triad. Their attacks came without warning, and not long after, all 20 overshops under the Green Stone Triad were destroyed cleanly by the Heavenly Dragon Triad, and their casualties numbered in the 70s, some dead even. It was truly tragic. One of the hall lords came crying in front of Zheng Ming. Elder Zheng? Our 70 or more brothers had been pummeled by the Heavenly Dragon Triad. You must help us seek redress. Have the Heavenly Dragon Triad gone crazy? Zheng Ming heard the report and frowned. He was different from the other subordinates of Yu Zhong. If it was the hot-blooded by Shaoxing, he definitely would have activated all the troops and fight it out with the Heavenly Dragon Triad without any consideration. As for him, he wanted to know the logic behind the actions. One of the elites that Yu Zhong had brought over from Tianxin district came running in front of Zheng Ming and reported, Elder Zheng, the main force of the Heavenly Dragon Triad is currently marching towards us now. What do we do? Don't tell me that the Heavenly Dragon Triad are truly targeting us? Zheng Ming was shocked before solemnly commanding, Command all members of the Green Stone Triad to gather at the main headquarters. Prepare for battle. The elite soldier replied with a yes, before immediately dismissing himself. Under Zheng Ming's orders, a large number of the Green Stone Triad members gathered at the headquarters as they prepared to engage in battle against the Heavenly Dragon Triad. On the other side, Chen Xinggang was currently guarding Yu Zhong's house nearby with 6 other experts, as they observed everything that went on around. They were in charge of the safety of Yu Zhong's family. One soldier suddenly pointed to a distance as he called out to Chen Xinggang, Head, those guys don't seem right. Chen Xinggang looked towards the direction, only to see Lu Tao leading 30 experts from the Heavenly Dragon Triad as they ran over. Lu Tao was very clear that Yu Ming would be under protection, as he was an important character, and decided to bring along more experts, intending to kidnap the entire family with brute force. Chen Xinggang saw them and his expression changed before ordering out, Zhao Gua, immediately go take 2 men and escort Boss Yu's parents out of here. Seeing those over 30 experts rushing over, a bad feeling arose in Chen Xinggang's heart. Yes, head. Zhao Guo then left immediately with 2 experts towards Yu Zhong's house. Another elite asked Chen Xinggang directly, "What do we do now, head?" "Kill them directly." Chen Xinggang's eyes flashed grimly as he roared and pulled out a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, aiming at them and spraying wildly. In order to protect his family, Yu Zhong had granted Chen Xinggang to kill without restrictions. The dense rain of bullets immediately barraged down on those 30 members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Lu Tao and the rest totally didn't expect the usage of a heavy machine gun. Furthermore, Chen Xinggang had not so much as asked a question, and had suddenly attacked. In that instant, 6 of the experts were immediately ripped to shreds by the rapid fire. "Take cover! Kill them all!" Lu Tao's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, and the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad began to dive for cover, before pulling out their own weapons and firing back at Chen Xinggang's position. The intense gunfire broke out, causing the survivors within the vicinity to hide in their houses as they trembled in fear. Zhao Guo had led the 2 experts and reached Yu Zhong's house quickly, shooting down the lock and bursting through the room. Yu Ming looked at them in shock as he suppressed the fear in his heart and questioned, "Who are you people?" Zhao Guo shot forward like an arrow, chopping Yu Ming and his wife in the neck, knocking them out as he muttered, "Pardon my manners." The other 2 soldiers immediately carried them, as the 3 of them made their way towards the roof of the apartment building. Zhao Guo and his party quickly arrived at the roof above the 3rd story. He faced the opposite building, raising his right hand, and a number of steel wires explode out from behind his back, wrapping around one of the soldier, before sending him over to the other building. Using this method, Zhao Guo made it across with his men, as they quickly escaped from there, rapidly landing on the other building. Like this, they crossed a number of roofs similarly, and before long, Zhao Guo, the 2 soldiers, as well as Yu Ming and his wife disappeared amongst the buildings. Lu Tao was also a strong spirit-based evolver, and as he saw the rain of bullets, he quickly activated a psychic barrier, blocking those heavy machine gun bullets, at the same time bellowing, "Charge!" The remaining soldiers immediately leapt out from their covers, charging forwards with Lu Tao. "Bastard!" Chen Xinggang's face fell, and activated his skill, as a huge wall of earth arose and blocked in front of those Heavenly Dragon Triad members. He was not aiming to kill, instead buying for time. He had only 3 other men with him, and the 4 of them were definitely not a match against the over 20 other experts. 6 strength-based enhancers brought their weapons as they smashed furiously on the earth wall, causing it to break down immediately. Chapter 423. Chaos Begins. Chapter 423. Chaos Begins. Book 3. The South. The earthen wall was broken, and a cloud of dust flew up. Lu Tao brought his men as they leapt across the debris, only to discover that there were no signs of people on the other side. "Damn it!" Lu Tao's face fell, and quickly brought his subordinates as they charged up the apartment building. When Lu Tao and his men broke through the place where Yu Zhong's parents were staying, all they saw was an empty space. "Search the place!" Lu Tao's eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed out. The 20-plus experts swiftly turned the place over, to no avail. "Boss, they must have escaped. What now?" One of the experts came to Lu Tao and quickly reported. Lu Tao's expression was extremely grim as he gritted his teeth. "Disperse!" Under Lu Tao's commands, these 20 experts quickly retreated and left the place. After a long while, some policemen in uniform finally sauntered over to the vicinity. In Gilan City, the triads were numerous and fights broke out often. As there were a number of experts in each triads, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, the local police weren't keen on interfering. "Traitorous dog! Get the hell out here! This is our Chinese territory, you traitors and dogs can fuck off!" "Traitors! disloyal bastards. You still don't want to get the hell out? Kill all the foreigners! At a part of the city, the Heavenly Dragon Triad had surrounded the headquarters of the Green Stone Triad, and a number of the Heavenly Dragon Triad members were wielding knives and wooden bats, shouting and cursing at the people within the Green Stone Triad's building. The Green Stone Triad had after all accepted a large amount of resources as well as the remnant soldiers of the Hong Triad. Therefore, under the right goading, the ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad were riled up enough to call for blood, to the extent that even Yu Zhong's Green Stone Triad has been labeled as traitorous and disloyal. Such tactics to pin the stigma on other people have long been utilized throughout history, and the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad did not hesitate to do the same to the Green Stone Triad. Shang Luan stood at a window, looking down on the shouting mob outside of the building, his killing intent billowing as he asked, "Old Zheng, what do we do now? Shall we kill them all?" Shang Luan had followed Yu Zhong for a long while, and did not blink even when taking the lives of ordinary people. Truthfully, it was a numbness that most warriors had after a long while in such a world. In the Green Stone Triad's headquarters, there were 3 battalions worth of equipment, and the moment the entire Green Stone Triad was activated, they could easily kill those senseless hooligans outside baying for blood. All those hooligans wielding simple knives and wooden bats, how could they be a match against professional soldiers wielding modern weaponry? Jing Ming, he shook his head and he laughed coldly. Not necessary? We have plenty of other means. Old Shang, don't worry, let's watch. Right at this time, a police siren resounded from afar. Jing Ming, he laughed when he heard those sirens saying, "They're here." A number of policemen quickly arrived at the location and surrounded all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Seeing the appearance of the policemen, the ordinary hooligans of the Heavenly Dragon Triad started to stir, and their faces fell. There were even a few who were frightened and tried to run away. A number of the higher-ranking heads bellowed in rage, and managed to control the situation before it entirely collapsed. Flanked by a number of policemen, Dan Hong finally appeared as he stomped to the rowdy crowd of Heavenly Dragon Triad members and roared, "What the hell are you guys doing? Gathering illegally and creating a ruckus is an offense. Don't tell me all of you want to spend your time in jail?" When the Heavenly Dragon Triad members saw that it was the superintendent that appeared, the atmosphere broke, and a number of them immediately turned and ran. If the triads in China had no backing, they were vulnerable to the police. Any small-time hooligan would be fearful and run when they saw a policeman. Dan Hong swept a gaze across the remaining members as he called out in a cold voice, "Lock all of them up! Any who dares to resist, shoot them on the spot!" In the post-apocalyptic world, the authority of the police was still far-reaching. Executing criminals on the spot was a common occurrence, and using strength to demonstrate was now a normal way of the world. Although Guilin City was considered quite stable when compared to the other establishments that Yu Zhong had come across, it was still part of the post-apocalyptic world, and punishments were still severe. "Wait a minute!" Right as Dan Hong issued the order for the Heavenly Dragon Triad members to be locked up, one of the hall lords, Xing Huai Guang, stepped forwards in strides and barked. Dan Hong glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Xing Huai Guang, are you going to resort to violence to retaliate?" Hearing those words, the policemen around got tense as they pulled out their weapons. Some even immediately brought out their assault rifles and aimed it at the crowd of Heavenly Dragon Triad. In this world, resisting was a frequent thing. As there were countless enhancers amongst the civilians, many policemen would lose their lives on patrol. However, those who had truly plotted against the government had long since been wiped out by the experts of the government and the army. Guilin City used to have 5 great triads, but due to the actions of one of them offending a government official, an operation was mounted to wipe all traces of that particular triad, and everyone saw the true might of the government. If the heavenly dragon triad were to resist with force, their days would truly be numbered. Dan Hong was an asshole. Yu Zhong had chose not to kill him, precisely because he could make use of him and the threat of the government behind him. Xing Huai Guang laughed as he turned his body slightly, revealing a weak young man with an arrogant bearing and dressed entirely in branded clothing as he said, "I don't dare. How could I, Xing Huai Guang, be so bold as to go against the government? But look who this is." The young man wearing branded stuff and had an arrogant look stared at Dan Hong with a provocative look. "Dan Hong, don't you recognize me?" Dan Hong looked at the despotic young man, and his expression changed, as his back broke out in cold sweat. "So it's young Master Li. Why are you here?" This young man was called Li Hongji, and was the son of the mayor of Nanning City. Currently in Guilin City, there was the banner of Guilin City and Nanning City. Both had tremendous authority and reputation. Nanning City's Mayor Li Jiuming and his men had a huge hand in everything with Guilin City, and was considered a true giant within the walls of Guilin City. That was why when Dan Hong saw Li Hongji, his face had changed, and he was breaking out in cold sweat. Li Hongji had a condescending look as he stared at Dan Hong, before replying at though he was calling a slave. "Dan Hong? Since you recognize me, what are you waiting for? Go get your men and round up the green stone triad. Or do you want my dad to tear the skin off your back?" In this post-apocalyptic world, where order had collapsed, and there was no longer any supervision by the public, all the high-ranking government officials had took it up upon themselves to be sons of heavens. They became extremely arrogant, and this Li Hongji was one such character. When Dan Hong was reprimanded by this Li Hongji as though he was his house servant, his face also turned white and green. He was, after all, a government official himself with a certain status, and being scolded like that was extremely unpleasant to him. However, Li Hongji truly represented his father Li Jiuming, and was not someone he could offend. However, when Dan Hong thought of Yu Zhong's decisive methods, his heart felt conflicted. If Yu Zhong came back, he would definitely raze his entire family to the ground if he didn't handle this matter properly. After struggling internally for a while, Dan Hong gritted his teeth as he commanded, "Li Hongji, I'm currently on government business. Pardon my offense. Everyone, go round them all up." Under Dan Hong's orders, those policemen immediately forced their way towards the Heavenly Dragon Triad members. Li Hongji's face turned ugly as he shouted, "You guys dare! I'm the son of Li Jiuming, the mayor of Nanning City." Hearing his explosive revealing of his status, a few policemen stopped in their tracks, their faces showing hesitation. This was the son of one of the giants in Guilin City. If they were to bring him in now, his family would just pat him a little and he would be released, but the police themselves might lose their lives. Just then, a shout of rage traveled from afar. "Who dares tough my brother Li Hongji?" Following that angry shout, an army officer dressed entirely in military uniform, his hands wielding a gun, a head with short hair, burly build, eagle eyes and a hook nose, came running, his entire body armed to the teeth. Dan Hong saw the military officer and his face truly turned ashen, his heart full of regret. "Shit! If I'd known, I wouldn't have stuck my neck out for Yu Zhong. This time, I'm fucked." Li Hongji on the other hand was laughing loudly as he came up to greet the officer. "Brother Chong, you're here." The officer was called Chong Yufeng, and he was a company officer that was on good terms with Li Hongji. This time, Chong Yufeng had actually brought along a company of soldiers to assist Li Hongji. Chong Yufeng eyed Dan Hong coldly as he issued the command. "So you want to touch my brother? Men, capture him. Those who stand in the way, kill without hesitation." Hearing Chong Yufeng's orders, 20 elite soldiers came out from behind Chong Yufeng as they charged towards Dan Hong. The policemen under Dan Hong looked on helplessly as these properly trained military soldiers came up to them and apprehended them. These were the military. The weapons in the police hands were insufficient to go against them. Even their training was on a different level. These policemen naturally did not dare retaliate, otherwise they would truly lose their lives. Dan Hong immediately went up to Li Hongji as he called out loudly with a pale face. "I'm from the government. On what basis are you guys capturing me?" Li Hongji eyed Dan Hong as he smirked coldly. "Government? Here, I'm the sky, I'm the law. You're just a small superintendent and you want to go against me? You're truly seeking death. Take him away. Execute him." Dan Hong immediately turned even paler as he shouted, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Two burly men immediately grabbed the arms of Dan Hong and dragged him like a dog towards a small ditch. The policeman looked on as Dan Hong was dragged into a ditch, his eyes filled with despair like a rabbit about to become the meal of a fox. Chapter 424 Mobilization. Chapter 424 Mobilization. Book 3 The South. Within the building, Shang Luan looked out the window and frowned. Things aren't looking good. Looks like Dan Hong is about to be executed. Jing Ming he eyed those soldiers and his brows furrowed as well. Even the army came? Seems like this heavenly dragon triad is not simple. Just as those two burly men brought Dan Hong towards a small ditch, two razor-sharp bone spikes flashed by, and the heads of the two burly men were sent flying. Blood sprayed towards the skies, shocking everyone present. Ah! When the two heads rolled over to a cowardly member of the Heavenly Dragon Triad, he could not help but scream. The majority of the hooligans under the Heavenly Dragon Triad banner were ordinary members, and had not seen much blood. This time, witnessing the beheading of people right in front of their eyes, it was truly a terrifying scene. The scream of the Heavenly Dragon Triad member attracted everyone's gaze towards the direction of the small ditch. In front of everybody, Yu Zhong stepped forward into the pool of already congealing blood, followed by Hu Yi and a large number of experts. Dan Hong was following by Yu Zhong's side, tears streaking down his face as he thanked profusely. "Many thanks to Boss Yu for saving my life. Thank you, Boss Yu. From today onwards, this small life truly belongs to you, Boss Yu." Yu Zhong glanced at him and responded mildly. "As long as you carry your duties well for me, I will definitely not let you suffer." Yu Zhong naturally did not trust Dan Hong's pledge. This was modern society, and the current people treated promises like eating rice and passing flatulence. No one had the decency to uphold promises anymore. Only through sufficient threat and rewards, as well as the power to back up one's rules, would people truly be loyal. If Yu Zhong had not established the Green Stone Triad, which became such a huge triad, he would have been unable to attract so many experts to join together under his banner. Li Hongji eyed Yu Zhong, laughing coldly as he ordered the nearby policeman. "You must be the chief of the Green Stone Triad, Yu Zhong? All you useless policemen, what are you spacing out for? Why aren't you apprehending him? You want me to flay the skin on your back?" When the policemen heard Li Hongji trying to order them like dogs, their expressions turned ugly, and although they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, they began moving towards Yu Zhong, albeit hesitantly. In this world, anyone who could become a cop was already a matter worth mentioning to the ordinary folks. However, if their identity and status as a policeman was taken away from them, they would be nothing. Under such threats, although their hearts were brimming with hatred, they could not help but slowly inch their way towards Yu Zhong. Li Hongji, on the other hand, just hid amongst the Heavenly Dragon Triad, watching the party of Yu Zhong as he smirked coldly. The policeman represented the power of the government. If Yu Zhong dared to retaliate, it was tantamount to going against the government of Guilin City. If he didn't, then when he landed in the hands of the government, it was the same as being at the mercy of that young Masterly. Xing Huaiguang also laughed coldly. Yu Zhong? Just surrender. If you kneel now and kiss the boots of young Master Li, we can let you off with your life. Otherwise, all your family and friends will die because of you. Yu Zhong, offer up your women for everyone's enjoyment. If this daddy is happy, I will help you seek favor with young Master Li, and let you off with your life being worse than a dog. Ha ha. Yu Zhong, crawl under young Master Li's legs. Then let this daddy hit your bottom. I'll help you with your arsehole, lest those in the jail cells get you first. Ha ha. Various vicious words and insults came from the members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. There wasn't a single decent person within them, and the moment they began cursing, they seemed to have forgotten their bearings. Yu Zhong's eyes emitted a strong cold killing intent as he pulled out a walkie-talkie and barked coldly, "Kill them all!" At that instant, various M4s started pointing out from the headquarters of the Greenstone Triad, and at the next moment, a torrential spray of bullets came raining down on the Heavenly Dragon Triad, policemen as well as the soldiers of Chang Yufeng. Ah! Help! Ah! It hurts! Save me! Without enough time to react or defend, under the rain of bullets numerous men immediately slumped to the ground in pools of blood, and those who were not instantly killed were screaming and wailing in pain and agony. Yu Zhong waved his hands, pulling out a .05 submachine gun, and charged at the group of soldiers brought by Chang Yufeng as he fired wildly. The unfortunate soldiers were instantly decimated, with all of them being fired upon in a flash. No one had expected for Yu Zhong to retaliate in such a decisive and vicious manner. He had not even spoken a single sentence to them, and immediately acted, causing his enemies to die without warning. At the same time, from behind the group of soldiers led by Chang Yufeng, White Bones leapt out and fired out various bone spikes in all directions, piercing the heads of the soldiers that were not yet dead. The densely packed Heavenly Dragon Triad had immediately collapsed and scattered the moment a few of their men were fired upon, as the rest began to escape in various directions. Damn animal! Chang Yufeng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared out while ducking for cover. His entire company of soldiers had been steadfast comrades of his for many years. However, today they were actually killed like slaughtered animals, and he was instantly filled with fury and hatred at Yu Zhong. It must be known that the entire company were elite soldiers, who could hold their own in long battles. Such an elite force was actually taken out in an instant at Yu Zhong's hands, and Chang Yufeng was filled with fury and agony. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Ah! I don't want to die. Save me! Save me! Li Hongzhi looked in horror at the dying or dead members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and policemen around him. He was thoroughly frightened and had pissed himself in fear, at the same time wailing in fright. Young master! Quickly, we must escape! A powerful evolver appeared in front of Li Hongzhi as he activated an air barrier and blocked the bullet. Another evolver began to pull at Li Hongzhi as they tried to run. Those who engaged in the arts, culture or martial techniques, they would provide services for the royals and nobles. This was a long-time tradition in China. Many experts liked the high-flyer lifestyle, and since Li Jiuming was one of the top dogs in Guilin City, he naturally employed a number of experts. Yu Zhong looked towards Bai Shaoxing beside him, who replied almost immediately, "I'll go. You want him dead or alive?" Yu Zhong replied mildly, "If alive, I want to see him, if dead, I want his corpse." "Yes, leader?" Bai Shaoxing chuckled and disappeared in a flash, towards the direction where Li Hongzhi escaped toward. Yu Zhong made a flashy example of an entire company of soldiers, as well as a number of policemen. This was already tantamount to declaring war against the powers of Guilin City. Since it was like this, Bai Shaoxing had immediately discarded the pretext of calling boss, and immediately referred to him respectfully as leader. Chang Yufeng, who was hiding behind a corner, bellowed out in rage. Yu Zhong? Stop! Are you trying to revolt? Guilin City has an entire regiment. To deal with a terrorist like you is simply a matter of time. It's not too late to stop. If you surrender now, I can seek leniency on your behalf, and definitely will not pursue this. Yu Zhong's gaze was extremely icy as he chuckled. Enough of your bullshit. I'm giving you 3 seconds. You can choose to die with the rest of your comrades or surrender. Not pursuing matters was a lie told to bluff children. In such an era where everyone sought their own benefits, everyone knew that those in power would definitely pursue matters. Yu Zhong had already decided to take matters into his hands, and had no intention to go back. Just as they were having their exchange, white bones flew about with its bone blades, and numerous soldiers were dying left, right and center. After facing a huge monster horde, White Bones had evolved to a fearsome level, and possessed incredible combat strength. I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! Facing that gruesome slaughter, a number of the soldiers and remaining members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad cried out as they disposed of their weapons and immediately submitted. The casualty and death toll was simply too terrifying, and even a number of experts that were brought along had been casually killed by the evolvers on Yu Zhong's side. They had thoroughly collapsed. Chang Yufeng looked at his miserable troops and the pathetic members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and gritted his teeth, before trying to get away towards the direction of the army camp. Damn it! Yu Zhong's rebellion must be made known to the regiment commander. Soon, the entire grounds in front of the Green Stone Triad was filled with corpses, and the kneeling members of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and soldiers who had lost their bravado. Not long after, the hundreds of members of the Heaven Union who Yu Zhong brought back from the small town came and saw the carnage, and their faces fell. One Heaven Union expert could not help but ask Yu Zhong pointedly and loudly, "Yu Zhong, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to revolt?" When that question burst out, everyone's eyes swiveled towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at that member and chuckled. "No! I want to control the entire Guilin City. Those who are willing to work with me stand on the right. Those who aren't go to the left. I'm giving you 10 seconds to consider. 10, 9. Right as Yu Zhong started his countdown, members of the Green Stone Triad immediately raised their guns and pointed at the crowd. Those experts who had followed Yu Zhong loyally also stood and gazed at the crowd with an intensity. Under those circumstances, many of the experts were smart enough to stand on the right. They might not agree with Yu Zhong's actions, but faced with those circumstances, they could only bow their heads, and no matter how unwilling they were, they could not show it. However, there were 15 Heaven Union experts who directly stood on Yu Zhong's left, obviously expressing their disagreement. One young university student stared at Yu Zhong in a righteous manner as he declared, "Yu Zhong, if you want to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Triad, I'm willing to be the first to help. But if you want to revolt, I, Zhang He, am the first to disagree." Yu Zhong looked at those experts and his eyes flashed coldly, before his gaze landed on Zhang He as he said indifferently, "Since this is the case, then you guys can die. Do it." The moment Yu Zhong's words landed, a sharp bone blade shot out explosively from the side, piercing the 15 experts standing on the left, spraying a huge amount of blood. One of the Heaven Union experts who was an agility-based evolver had been on alert since he stood on the left side, and the moment the bone blade appeared, he had leapt upwards, intending to dart to one side. Yu Zhong casually raised his stinger and fired a single explosive shot, causing the Heaven Union expert to stop and be split in two by White Bones. Another Heaven Union member brandished a blade, and a blade beam appeared, forcefully blocking the bone's spike. However, another blade came towards him from his blind side, decapitating him with similarly lightning speed. the righteous-sounding Zhang He had been pierced in the heart by another bone spike. In a matter of seconds, the dozen of Heaven Union experts had been slaughtered cleanly by Yu Zhong, their blood dyeing the ground red. Witnessing this, all the remaining Heaven Union members felt their heart turn cold, and were fearful towards Yu Zhong's decisive methods. Yu Zhong eyed them and barked out coldly, "I know that there are some of you guys who are still not satisfied. I don't care. I have utmost confidence in conquering Gillen City. If you guys help me, I naturally would not neglect you. If there are any of you who dares to create chaos, not only will I kill you, your family and close loved ones will become slaves and trophies of the victors." Zhang Zihao's brows lifted as he immediately called out, "I accept Union Leader Yu as the leader. Long live leader. We accept Union Leader Yu as the leader. Long live leader." Many of the remaining Heaven Union experts cursed Zhang Zihao for kissing the horse's ass, but they also could not help but clamor to express their loyalty. In a situation where no one dared to stand out, they could only forcefully lend a hand to Yu Zhong. Zheng Ming he came to Yu Zhong as he hesitated a while before asking, "Leader, isn't it too early to be acting now?" Zheng Ming he had long since known of Yu Zhong's ambitions for Gillen City, but their current foothold was not strong enough. Furthermore, that Du Shan Xiong was leading a regiment of border guards that had exterminated a huge number of zombies after all. Zheng Ming he could not think of any way they had as a motley bunch against the elite troops of Du Shan Xiong. Yu Zhong glanced at Zheng Ming he and ordered coldly, "Bring some men and follow me." Under Yu Zhong's orders, the entire Greenstone Triad was activated, and immediately equipped the 3 battalions worth of equipment. Yu Zhong then gathered all his manpower as they made their way towards the granary of Gillen City. In this post-apocalypse, food was the most precious resource. That granary happened to be the only weak point of Gillen City. Without food, even a 100,000-strong army would be wiped out in a battle of attrition. Since Yu Zhong had suddenly attacked, there was almost no resistance along the way, and there was no one who could stop him anyway. He quickly brought his troops right in front of the granary. The importance of the granary in Gillen City was known to everyone. Inside the granary, there was a company of soldiers stationed as well as 40 enhancers of above level 30. No matter who tried to tackle the granary, would face the instant retaliation of an elite troop. Chapter 425. Snatching the Granary. Chapter 425. Snatching the Granary. Book 3, The South. As Yu Zhong and his troops were nearing the granary, a dense hail of bullets came raining down on them from the granary, and killed a number of soldiers who had just undergone training recently. The moment those soldiers were killed, the 3 battalions of soldiers instantly lost their composure, dodging behind cover with signs of collapsing. Although Yu Zhong had 3 battalions worth of equipment, those equipping were people who had not yet undergone much training, and they naturally could not act like troops yet. Larman found Yu Zhong and said, "Leader, let me do it." Larman was in control of a platoon of elite soldiers. At the same time, he had chosen a few selected foreigners under him to undergo training 24/7. By now, he had a company's worth of elite troops. These foreigners were in foreign territory, and in order to live on and gain a better life, they were extremely valiant when fighting. In the battle at the small town, many of them had achieved numerous merits. Larman's foreign troops was one of the most capable troops under Yu Zhong's command now. Hui also came over as he urged Yu Zhong, "Bro, let me do it. As long as I can get close to them, those fellows wouldn't even know what hit them." Yu Zhong eyed the direction of the granary and solemnly declared, "No need. Defend the back properly and await my orders." Around the granary, there were various constructions and defense fortifications erected. Without any heavy firepower, it was difficult to shake those defenses. Yu Zhong was also lacking explosives. If he were to let the others attack, it would not prove to be of much difference. After leaving his orders, he activated his shadow steps and immediately charged towards the granary with White Bones beside him. The commanding officer of the granary defense troops looked at Yu Zhong and White Bones rushing over and could not help but grin coldly. Fools! Open fire! There was, of course, a battalion stationed at the granary. The commander, Chai Zitsong, was the brother-in-law of Du Shanxiong, and the battalion under his control was one of the stronger battalions amongst Du Shanxiong's troops. They were naturally unafraid of two attacking experts. In his opinion, it didn't matter who came before him, facing those heavy firearms they would be turned to ash. In an instant, those various defense points around the granary opened fire, and all sorts of ammunition, rifle bullets, light machine gun ammo, and even grenades came flying and blanketed the entire area that Yu Zhong and White Bones were running through. In the surrounding area of 500 m, it was seemingly wiped clean. There was no cover, and it seemed impossible for Yu Zhong and White Bones to evade at all. Just when Yu Zhong and White Bones were about to be enveloped by the barrage of flying lead and soon to be shrapnel, the level 5 bronze spiritual bell came flying out from Yu Zhong's chest pocket and floated above his head, creating a green shield, and when the bullets landed on that shield, they bounced off. And White Bones was basically impervious to most bullets anyway, as the bullets landed on it, they just directly bounced away as well. When Chai Zitsong saw the bullets having no effect on the two, his expression turned to one of horror as he immediately ordered his men. Experts? Quick, switch to the heavy firearms. Red arrows. Grenade launchers. Artillery. Blast the ever-living shit out of them. Very quickly, rounds of heavy fire started falling on the location of Yu Zhong and White Bones. However, the speed of both Yu Zhong and White Bones was too fast, and the moment the heavy rounds had landed on where they were, Yu Zhong and White Bones had already breached the entrance of the granary. Yu Zhong activated his skill at the first notice, and a 70 m long Type 2 green Jiao Python appeared out of thin air. When the Type 2 green Jiao Python appeared, it immediately spat out a huge gas of poison fog around itself as defense, following which it charged towards the granary like a tank, all the while swallowing the resisting soldiers along the way. The Type 2 green Jiao Python was surrounded by its deadly poison, and anything that it came into contact with would immediately corrode. As it charged through the granary, it was invincible, and no one could stop it. Any soldier who saw it immediately lost their wits, as they tried to escape from it. The might of a Type 2 mutant beast like the green Jiao Python was perfect for an all-out assault, as its size could pressure the weaker ordinary humans, at the same time, suppressing any potential resistance. The Type 2 green Jiao Python spat out another round of poisonous gas, and 7 soldiers hiding behind a cover immediately dissolved into a puddle. When it opened its mouth, it could easily gobble another soldier up. When it smashed into an unfortunate soldier, the impact was enough to tear the person from within, bones snapping and all. It went on a rampage amongst the soldiers, causing carnage and mayhem everywhere. At this critical juncture, the 40 experts that had been hiding within the crowd of soldiers finally made their appearance. Heaven Union! Charge! Yu Zhong then issued a command through a walkie-talkie. Hui had been temporarily placed in control over the Heaven Union, and when he received the order, he roared out excitedly, "Everybody! Charge! Those who don't, I'll personally chop off your heads." The bulk of the defenses and fire points had been destroyed by Yu Zhong, and the Heaven Union followed closely behind Hui as they charged into the granary. When they saw the scene of carnage inside the granary, their hearts turned cold, and many of those Heaven Union members who were absorbed by Yu Zhong immediately surrounded the 40 military experts. There were over hundreds of experts in the Heaven Union, and after the baptism of that life-and-death battle at the small town, everyone had emerged so much stronger. hundreds of experts against 40 military experts. Even those who were not willing to submit to Yu Zhong easily subdued the military experts. Collapse, total collapse. The moment the experts from the Heaven Union joined in the fray, with Yu Zhong and White Bones as the vanguards, in a matter of minutes, the entire granary had been cleared of any resistance. Chai Zitsong looked around at the mayhem and his face turned pale as he slumped to the ground. It's over! The granary is finished! Gillen City is finished! One of the intelligence soldiers immediately grabbed Chai Zitsong as he shook him and exclaimed, "Commander! It's still not over!" Although Yu Zhong had snatched the granary, the troops in his hands are not a match for the regiment commander. I'm guessing that he wants to negotiate. Let's surrender first. Chai Zitsong immediately brightened up as he grabbed the hands of his intelligence officer. That's right! Negotiations! He will definitely want to negotiate. Bring me to him. The moment Chai Zitsong decided to surrender, all the fighting ceased within the granary. Different companies of the soldiers immediately surrendered and became Yu Zhong's captives. I'm Chai Zitsong, the commanding officer of the unit here. I want to see Yu Zhong. Under the forceful request of Chai Zitsong, 2 soldiers led him towards a room. Only to discover that seated in a sofa of the room, there was an extremely young man, and beside him on the left was a cool-looking beauty, and on the right an adorable lowly. The cold-looking young beauty was currently cooling a cup of warm milk for the young man, while the lowly was currently peeling wild grapes, and using her small hands to feed the young man. Chai Zitsong glanced at the young man sitting at the soda enjoying the treatment as he asked woodenly, I'm Chai Zitsong, the commander of the military unit here. You must be Yu Zhong? Yu Zhong glanced at Chai Zitsong and pointed to opposite the sofa as he replied indifferently, I'm Yu Zhong, sit. Chai Zitsong sat down at the indicated place as he stared at Yu Zhong and asked, Yu Zhong, why did you rebel? This will cause unrest amongst the citizens, and although you have snatched the granary now, your strength is insufficient to defend it. The moment the army of the regiment commander reaches, your troops will suffer. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Let's talk properly. Yu Zhong smiled lightly and replied, Commander Chai, I've mobilized my troops because I was forced to. I was forced into a corner by that Li Hongji and Chang Yufeng, those scum, and had no choice but to act in self-defense. Against the army of Regiment Commander Du, I know I have no way of defending against him. But what if I decide to raise the granary to the ground? What do you think will happen? When Chai Zitsong heard up to this point, his heart turned incredibly cold. In this granary there was a few 100,000 tons of rations. The entire populace of Gillen City depended on this place. If the entire place was razed, all order in Gillen City would then collapse. Without the support of rations, no matter how capable Du Shanxiong's troops were, his subordinates will quickly collapse, and the entire regiment would be lost. Chai Zitsong stood up and exclaimed loudly, How can you do that? If you were to raze this place, it would cause the deaths of over hundreds of thousands of people. Are you that cruel? It's the lives of hundreds of thousands of Chinese. Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold as he looked at Chai Zitsong. I didn't want this result. But whoever wants my life will have to pay the proper price. If I'm forced to a corner, then I couldn't care less about the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Chai Zitsong looked at Yu Zhong and his expression changed numerous times. In the end he sat down in silence. He didn't dare to provoke Yu Zhong further. If Yu Zhong truly set fire to the place, the entire Gillen City would be doomed. Yu Zhong watched as Chai Zitsong sat down helplessly, and his expression changed as he smiled. However, it's not like there's nothing to discuss. I personally hope to be able to have a good discussion with Regiment Commander Du. I hope that Commander Chai can help me convey a message on my behalf. Chai Zitsong mulled over for a while, as his heart regained a glimmer of hope. Fine. When Yuzhong mobilized his troops and revolted, the entire Gilan city went into shock and a number of opportunists also emerged. Many people began to engage in their own forms of destruction, as a number of mobs took to the streets and plundered, and robbed, giving in to the inner demons. The entire city seemed to be plunged in chaos. The government also responded fairly quickly, as countless policemen and special forces were dispatched to quell the chaos. Du Shanxiong, who was stationed out of Gilan City, also rushed back with his troops. Chapter 426 Threats. Chapter 426 Threat. Book 3 The South. Just as Du Shanxiong's troops had the granary surrounded, Chai Zitsang came walking out from the troops of Yuzhong, and returned to Du Shanxiong. In an emergency command post, Chai Zitsang saw his superior Du Shanxiong. Du Shanxiong was decked in a neat military uniform, and his brows radiated a strict and no-nonsense attitude. He had a few signs of white hair, and his body was radiating a strong soldier aura. He listened to Chai Zitsang's account of the events quietly, as his brows furrowed deeper with each passing moment. He really threatened to burn the granary down? The entire Gilan city relied on the granary to live, and if the 100,000 tons of rations were to be burnt down, Gilan city was sure to fall. Chai Zitsang eyed Du Shanxiong, and knew that this superior of his was reaching the boiling point, but he still bit the bullet to reply, "Yes." Du Shanxian erupted in rage and slammed down strongly on the table, causing his right hand to become numb as he roared, "Damn it! He's a terrorist that doesn't consider the big picture." In this apocalyptic world, not all high-ranking officials were powerful enhancers. The strong ones tend to be fighting at the front lines, hence a lot of the commanders behind the scenes were ordinary people. If the head was not safe, the walls will definitely crumble, and one could not expect an old fart with experts protecting him to be wielding a Tang replica sword and hacking a zombie. Yuzhong had met numerous leaders of factions who were enhancers in their own right. This was because, when the world had gone to shit, only those with strength had the ability to convince the masses. Without any capabilities, no one would give two hoot. One of the intelligence officer, Lu Xian, came up to Du Shanxiong and asked, "Regiment commander, shall we proceed with eliminating them?" Du Shanxiong's expression was extremely unsightly as he rebuked, "Eliminate them? What if they really burn the place down? What will you guys eat then? You pig brain." The intelligence officer's face fell when he was reprimanded, and he immediately scooted back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Harsh scoldings were a common occurrence in the military. Du Shanxiong might be the regiment commander, but he came from a low military background as he worked his way up, and when he was enraged, his curses were not easy on the ears. Du Shanxiong calmed down as he stared fixedly at Chai Zitsang and asked, "What are his terms?" Chai Zitsang seemed to hesitate, but he gritted his teeth and replied, "Regiment commander. He wants you to pull your troops back by 10 li, otherwise he will burn the place in 1 hour. The moment we launch an assault, he would kill all our brothers that are held captive." When Du Shanxiong heard that, he became even more enraged and stood straight up, almost bellowing, "He can forget about it. Du Shanxiong will never cower before threats. Chai Zitsang, immediately go and tell that bastard, bring his men out to surrender now. Otherwise, when my army charges in, they will all die without a body to bury." "Regiment commander, we can't do that." "Regiment commander, be appeased." The various intelligence officers immediately crowded around as they tried to dissuade him. They did not think that their troops could not match against Yuzhong. On the contrary, they were worried that Yuzhong would really raze the granary to the ground, then that would truly spell the end of their troops. Without rations, no one would help to fight battles. When they tried to dissuade him, Du Shanxiong got even more furious and pulled out the pistol by his waist and shouted, "Enough! Whoever dares to say anything more, I will execute him on the spot. I want to see if Yu Zhong really dares to burn down the granary." When Du Shan-xiong lost his temper, all his subordinates immediately quietened down. His temper was explosive, and when he lost it, it was impossible for anyone to stop him. If any one of them truly lost their lives to his temper, it wouldn't be worth it. Right at this time, another commander came rushing into the command post with a pale face as he reported shrilly, "Regiment commander! Not good! Yu Zhong is starting to burn the granary. One of the ration stores has already been set aflame." Du Shan-xiong immediately felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured on him as he trembled. "What? He's burning the granary!" Although Du Shan-xiong was bad-tempered, he wasn't an idiot, and he was well aware of the consequences once Yu Zhong burns down the granary. It would be hell, and Guilin City would lose all sense of its order. The regiment that he painstakingly established would be dissolved in a matter of days. Chai Zitsong's eyes were bloodshot by now as he knelt on the floor in front of Du Shan-xiong and begged miserably, "Regiment commander? Let's retreat. He's truly going to burn the place down. For the sake of our brothers of the 8th Regiment and the people of Guilin City, please retreat now. Regiment commander, let's retreat. Retreat, please." All the intelligence officers also started to plead. Du Shan-xiong raised his hand weakly to wipe his forehead as he closed his eyes and spat out in agony, "Pull back!" Yes. Receiving his orders, all the intelligence officers immediately issued the commands to pull back. The huge army that was surrounding Yu Zhong swiftly retreated back towards Guilin City. "They've finally retreated." Inside the granary, Yu Zhong eyed the swift retreat of Du Shan-xiong's army and heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Zhong was also aware of the consequences of burning the granary. Guilin City would lose its stability and order, and Du Shan-xiong's troops would also not be able to quell the chaos before they themselves collapsed from the gravity of the situation. But if it was like this, then even if Yu Zhong did his utmost to save as many as he could, there would be countless who would be caught up in the fight for food and the ensuing chaos. Yu Zhong was also unwilling to witness such a scene. Bai Shaoxing came up to Yu Zhong and asked loudly, "Leader, why don't we just burn the place down? As long as we burn it, Guilin City would be plunged into chaos and mayhem. Du Shan-xiong won't be able to control his army. Wouldn't that be the best-case scenario for us?" Bai Shaoxing was also smart, and he had seen Yu Zhong only using a few thousand tons of rations to scare the army into retreating, and knew of the underlying reason. To them who had no foothold in such a place, having Guilin City implode from within would be the best for them. Yu Zhong eyed Bai Shaoxing before replying with a solemn tone, "If we burn the granary, Guilin City would lose over 10,000 people at least. How can I do that? This is our China after all." If it was overseas, Yu Zhong could care less about the granaries and number of death. As long as it met his objectives, he would do so. If he could use a single fire to burn the ration supplies of Wu Yanhong, he would not hesitate to do so. Bai Shaoxing asked curiously, "Then leader, why can't we directly use the chance to force Du Shan-xiong to submit? That way, won't the entire Guilin City land in our hands?" Yu Zhong eyed the retreating tanks and cannons as he replied slowly, "What if they decided to risk it all and fight it out? If we compare strength, we're simply not their match. Furthermore, if we go through with it, they might really lose their army, so what? If the number of us that makes it out alive can be more than 20%, that would be impressive. If Du Shan-xiong really went crazy and unleashed everything to eliminate Yu Zhong, it wouldn't be hard. Under the intense barrage of heavy firearms, the moment Yu Zhong was unlucky to be hit by one, he would also be sent directly to heaven. Not to mention any other enhancer. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had established the Heaven Union and had absorbed a number of experts who were willing to work for him. There were some who were unwilling, but were forced to submit because of his strength, and many others who just followed the strongest. In a single blast, the Heaven Union would definitely collapse and disintegrate. It wasn't an era where you could gain favor just by saving someone's life. Instead, it was one where, even if you helped to pick an old granny who had unfortunately fallen, it becomes a case of her suing you for knocking her down. Saving someone else's life would not guarantee gratitude nor repayment. Hence, whatever Yu Zhong did, it was aimed for benefits. Even the saving of Mu Xiangling and her mother back then was not without motive. There were many decent folk out there in the current world. However, it was going to be tough for them to become a capable leader, nor a dignified hero. Du Shanxiong did not dare commit such an act because it was the granary. The moment Yu Zhong raised everything, both parties would be reduced to a level where they were equal. Only then could negotiations continue. Yu Zhong mulled for a while before ordering Bai Shaoxing, "Go get Dan Hong over here." Dan Hong was called by Bai Shaoxing, and he came up to Yu Zhong and asked carefully, "Boss Yu, what's the matter?" Dan Hong was a smart man, and he knew he would lose his position as a superintendent. Without his position, he was nothing, and his value as low as could be. He could only firmly grasp onto Yu Zhong's leg and lower himself. Otherwise, the moment Yu Zhong kicked him out, he would not live to see another day. Yu Zhong eyed Dan Hong and replied solemnly, "You shall represent me to negotiate with them. My bottom line is that 20,000 tons of the rations here shall be mine. The rest of the rations can belong to whoever else, I won't care. I can let people transport the rations out every day, but the place will be under my watch. At the same time, Gillen City needs to release all those who worked for me. No one is to stop them. If anyone harms my people, it would be handled according to my rules. Lastly, go inform them of the betrayal as well as the cause of today's matters, those bastards and cowards including Diya from Heavenly Dragon Triad, as well as Lu Tao, Chun Luoyen, Xin Jianghe, Gao Ming Hao. I want the heads of those bastards. Do this well, and I will definitely reward you." There were currently 500,000 tons of rations in the granary, and they had been amassed by Du Shanxiong's constant effort in scouring the outside vicinity. Yu Zhong also knew he could single-handedly swallow everything up, hence he did not request too much. "Yes, your subordinate promises to finish his task." Hearing those words, Dan Hong was elated, but cold as well. He was excited that Yu Zhong was finally using him. If this negotiation went well, he would definitely have a place by Yu Zhong's side. What made his heart cold was, Yu Zhong had actually called for the heads of so many upper echelons of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. He could truly hold a grudge and was vicious, but most importantly, it was a tall request. Chapter 427 Negotiations Begin. Chapter 427 Negotiations Begin. Book 3, The South. Inside the meeting hall of the Gillen City's government building, the two factions from Gillen City and Nanning City had come together, with the old farts from the military as they began to discuss the matter of Yu Zhong, who had gained control over the granary. Li Jiuming's face was grim with fury as he said, "Yu Zhong and the rest are a virus to us. They will spread. I reckon we should use our forces to wipe him out immediately. We definitely cannot give in to his terrorist threats. The moment we give in once, there will be a second time, or even third time. We need to maintain our firm stance and fight it out with him." Li Hongzhi was the only son of Li Jiuming, and he was precious to him. Li Jiuming was getting on in years and thus doted on his son to the point of excessively spoiling him. When he heard that Li Hongzhi had been killed on Yu Zhong's orders, his logic and reasoning had gone out the window, and everything in his mind was only about getting revenge by killing Yu Zhong. Hearing Li Jiuming's words, everyone in the meeting room frowned. If they forcefully launched an assault on Yu Zhong could just casually set the granary ablaze, and the entire Gillen City would fall together with him. When that time comes, other than a few influential people with their own reserves, the rest who relied on their ration tickets would definitely go crazy. These upper echelons would also be torn apart by the frenzied people in the chaos. When people are forced to a corner, as long as a person can incite their feelings and turn it into a formidable force, the entire city would lose its sense of order and stability. In fact, if the government had not clamped down on the news regarding Yu Zhong snatching the granary, the entire city might have been plunged into chaos. For the sake of their own families, even the trusted aides of Li Jiuming were not willing to support him, as they kept silent. Right at this time, Guilin City's Mayor Chen Ying spoke calmly. "I disagree. I believe that we should seek peaceful settlements with Yu Zhong. He had not yet burnt the granary, which means that it's possible to negotiate. We can talk things out. Regarding the cause of the matter, it was primarily the fault of some comrades here who had failed in the teachings of their children, allowing them to run amok with people of ill intentions, becoming the umbrella to protect them. They then caused problems and forced Yu Zhong to a corner. I suggest that we let the disciplinary committee and the police force to jointly form an investigative team, and get to the bottom of this." Li Jiuming's face turned ugly and slammed down on the table as he pointed at Chen Ying and asked furiously, "Chen Ying, are you suggesting that I am the backer of the evil forces? Do you have proof? If not, don't slander people maliciously. At that time, if it wasn't for me, could you have become the mayor of this Guilin city?" When Chen Ying heard these words, his face also turned ugly. Initially, he had the opportunity to become the mayor of Guilin City, was largely due to some help from Li Jiuming. However, in this day and age, those who did not know how to curry favor would not be able to become politicians. Although Chen Ying was always doing it, and had the bad habits of those who constantly seek to elevate themselves, he could be considered to be a decent politician. He brought up his kids with decent values, and were unlike most of the other officials who stepped on the ordinary citizens. Comparing him with Li Jiuming was like a gulf between heaven and earth. At this time, Chen Ying's trusted aide in Chongqing, who happened to be the former deputy secretary of law, spoke up. "I personally feel that Mayor Li Jiuming is not fit to continue to help govern over the Nanning people. I suggest that we will form a provisional assembly to cast a vote on removing Li Jiuming from his position temporarily, handing him to the discipline committee to conduct their investigations." After which, Chongqing immediately raised his hands. Under the wolf-like gaze of Li Jiuming, amongst the two parties, a number of officials also started raising their hands in favor of removing Li Jiuming from his post. Suddenly, even the hand of somebody Li Jiuming had never expected to raise was raised. Seeing that, Li Jiuming's heart trembled as he gritted and spat out, "Good! I never thought that even you will betray me. Wang Ruhe." Wang Ruhe was a secretary of the Political and Law Division in Nanning City, and had been boosted up by Li Jiuming. They had become the de facto leaders of the Nanning City after the apocalypse, and both had close ties. Li Jiuming did not expect that Wang Ruhe would stab him in the back when he was down just to get his share of power. Wang Ruhe looked at Li Jiuming with pity as he remarked, "Li Jiuming, you're crazy. We can't go crazy with you just to be buried together." Wang Ruhe was truly on good terms with Li Jiuming, but even he was unwilling to risk the entire Guilin city to antagonize Yu Zhong. Furthermore, by taking down Li Jiuming, then he would replace Li Jiuming as the leader of the Nanning city's side. Who would decline power? Chen Ying eyed Li Jiuming, who had his powers stripped, as he mildly commented, "The votes are in. From now on, Li Jiuming is temporarily removed from his role." Li Jiuming's eyes were bloodshot as he snarled loudly, "I don't accept this. I'm a provincial leader. You want to remove me from my position? You'll need to go through the proper channels. What are you guys considered? You want to dismiss me? This is not following protocol." Li Jiuming knew that the moment he lost the identity as Nanning City's mayor, he would die quickly. This was not a world where people bothered about human rights. At this time, 2 discipline committee members came in and announced, "Comrade Li Jiuming, we are from the discipline committee. Please come with us." Li Jiuming took a look and suddenly seemed to realize something, as he swiveled to stare at Chen Ning with a venomous look. "Very good. Chen Ning. You have already planned this beforehand. Seems like whatever I say, it'll be useless. Then I shall go with you, but you guys will surely regret this." After which, Li Jiuming followed the 2 members as he was handcuffed and led away. Right as Li Jiuming left, Dan Hong came into the meeting hall, and he was flanked by Xiao Xing acting as his guard. Chen Ing pointed towards Dan Hong as he introduced him to the rest. "Let me introduce to everyone. This is the negotiator Yu Zhong has sent, Dan Hong." After that, Chen Ing proceeded to introduce all the members in the meeting hall to Dan Hong. Now that Yu Zhong had forcefully snatched the granary, nobody knew what the future would hold. Although both parties of the government despised Dan Hong, they used a fervent attitude to greet him. Dan Hong saw that all these upper government officials which he had to bend over backwards for in the past, greeting him warmly, and he could not help but feel excited. Du Shan Xiong glanced at Dan Hong, his face sullen. "Dan Hong? Yu Zhong asked you to come, what does he have for us?" Dan Hong opened his mouth and controlled his excitement, saying, "Truthfully, this time we're completely innocent. The Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had betrayed the entire Gillen City at the mountain range. It was our leader that single-handedly unified the remaining experts and defended against the 200,000-strong mutant beast horde, and saved the 900,000 people of Gillen City. However, how did you guys treat our leader and savior? The Heavenly Dragon Triad assigned some people to assassinate his parents, and you guys stood by and did nothing. That can be forgotten, but after that, you guys still brought troops to surround the subordinates of my leader, and everyone present insulted and humiliated my leader. Let me ask, why is the savior of our Gillen City was going to be humiliated, insulted, and put to death, while those evil forces are to go free? Who can sit idly by and do nothing? Who would still be willing to work hard for Gillen City? Our leader just wants answers and compensation, and that shows his magnanimity already." When Bai Xiaoxing heard all these, he almost could not control his facial expression as the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, almost breaking out into laughter. Yu Zhong in fact dealt with the mutant beast horde because he was forced to, otherwise he would have fallen at their jaws as well. It was purely a selfish reason that motivated him to give his all. However, from Dan Hong's mouth, it seemed as though Yu Zhong had suddenly become a hero that fought for everyone in Gillen City. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Triad was truly insidious. However, Yu Zhong himself wasn't particularly decent, and if there was a comparison, Yu Zhong was a maverick that could go against people as and when he so desired. Compared to the Heavenly Dragon Triad, Yu Zhong was more dangerous. It was obvious that Dan Hong was lying through his teeth with no remorse, as he casually twisted some facts towards Yu Zhong's favor. Of course, it was to be expected from someone who was adept at navigating the line between good and evil, having weaved through various situations. Chen Ing was an old fox himself, and knew that not all of what Dan Hong said was true, but they had no choice but to bow, and following the flow of the conversation, he laughed and replied, "Our Gillen City is a righteous place of peace and order. We will definitely not let heroes bleed nor cry. Those evildoers with backers are at most a stain on our otherwise decent society. Since those people are facing judgment as we speak, will Yu Zhong be returning us the granary?" Dan Hong sipped his cup of tea, and calmed down, mulling over the conditions from Yu Zhong and repeated them slowly. "Firstly, the rations in the granary, 200,000 tons shall be ours. The rest can be divided according to your own side. We will allow people to transport the rations out, but the granary will be guarded by our people. Secondly, Gillen City has to release all the people who had worked for us, no one is to block them. If anyone had harmed or injured our men, it will be handled according to our rules. Thirdly, we want the heads of all the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Only by satisfying our three conditions, Gillen City's rations won't go up in smoke. We won't do anything that lets Gillen City down. Chen frowned as he tried to bargain. The third condition can be settled. However, 200,000 tons of rations. It's too much. At most, we can give you guys 50,000 tons. Furthermore, the granary is a key location. How can we just let you guys expend your forces to keep watch over it alone? We can send some people over. As for the second condition, our Gillen City is a proper city. Everyone has to be judged accordingly. We can't let your faction enjoy special treatment. No way. Inside his heart, Dan Hong was elated. Yu Zhong had requested for 20,000 tons of rations, and just by opening his mouth, he had gained 30,000 tons more. This was proof of his efficient and effective handling. However, he maintained a straight face and directly rejected before offering a counter-proposal. Chapter 428. Assassination. The situation spirals out of control. Chapter 428. Assassination. The situation spirals out of control. Book 3. The South. Just as Dan Hong was engaged in negotiations with Chen Ying and the rest, the two discipline committee members were currently holding Li Jiuming in a small room. All of a sudden, the door of the room was kicked open, and 4 men in Special Forces uniform rushed into the room, their hands wielding daggers as they attacked the 2 members of the committee. In a matter of seconds, the 2 employees of the committee were pierced in the hearts by the dagger-wielding assassins, and they slumped lifelessly to the ground. Seeing the bloody scene, Li Jiuming's face turned pale as his body trembled. He raised his numb hands and asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you people?" At this time, with an aura of elegance and the natural dominance of a leader, Gao Minghao came strolling into the room as he flashed a charming smile at Li Jiuming. "Mayor Li, don't you recognize me?" At that battle against the mutant beast horde, Gao Minghao had brought his men and escaped fairly quickly. He was decisive and quick, and with his luck, he only lost about 100 men. Not a single evolver of the Green Bamboo Triad was lost. His strength had also become much larger than that of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Li Jiuming's face regained color as he stared at Gao Minghao and coldly replied, "So it's you, Gao Minghao? What are you here for? I've already been stripped of my mayor role." Li Jiuming wasn't an idiot, and he could guess the intentions of Gao Minghao coming here. Gao Minghao laid his voice with temptation as he replied, "Mayor Li, are you going to let those people take away your power then kill you? The debt of your son's death is still not settled. Are you just going to let this go?" The moment Li Jiuming was reminded of his precious son's death at the hands of Yu Zhong, his eyes were ablaze with fury again as he barked out, "Of course I want my revenge." Gao Minghao chuckled. "Well, there's an opportunity in front of you now. Mayor Li, as long as you work with us, we can work together to gain control of Gillen City. At that time, to kill a single Yu Zhong, all you have to do is pass the command." Li Jiuming immediately agreed. "Fine. What do you need me to do?" Gao Minghao's pupils narrowed as he asked, "If everyone in that meeting hall was killed, how confident are you in gaining control of the armed forces and the experts in the government? The police force, armed forces, as well as the experts under the government control all made up part of a huge force. It was enough to thoroughly exterminate even the likes of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. After all, the strongest powers in Gillen City were the government and military. If the government didn't have any experts, that would truly be weird." Li Jiuming thought for a while before replying, I have 100% confidence in controlling the experts of the Nanning City side. As for Guilin City, I don't have that same confidence. Li Jiuming was after all one of the heads of Guilin City, and naturally had employed a number of experts. With his status, many people were willing to work for him. Gao Ming Hao directly responded, "Good. Then I'll trouble you to go convince those troops. Leave everything here to us." However, once this is over, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad have to be declared as orthodox triads. Li Jiuming replied readily, "Sure. This I promise you." Wresting control was the most critical part. If he could gain total power, Li Jiuming was willing to betray anything right now. With the agreement, Li Jiuming quickly left under the protection of two experts. With the gathering of the two sides of the government, as well as the upper echelons of the military, such an important meeting was currently being guarded. Near the meeting hall, there were 20 elite soldiers, 30 enhancers of above level 30, as well as 6 evolvers standing guard. With such a tight defense, even if Yu Zhong were to lead a team of numerous experts, they would be hard-pressed to breach the defense easily. If not dealt with properly, it could spell even the deaths of those on the attacking side. Right at this time, 6 men dressed ordinarily came strolling with large steps towards the meeting hall. "Who are you guys?" a soldier called out warily. A bespectacled man, who looked extremely cultured and well-mannered, handed a piece of document to the soldier, saying, "I'm Tanting, a secretary of the committee. These are my verification document. The air conditioning of the meeting hall on the 4th story is malfunctioning. These are repairmen. I have submitted a report prior. You can check it out. Please proceed." The soldier gave a glance through Tanting's documents and identification, before letting them through. Tanting immediately brought the 5 other men in. After a certain distance, Tanting turned around, his expression one of agony as he begged, "This should be fine, right? Please let my daughter go. She's innocent." One burly man coldly retorted, "Secretary Tan, relax. As long as you help us through this, we'll guarantee the safety of your daughter and wife. Move." Tanting gritted his teeth helplessly as he led the men to the meeting hall. The 5 of them immediately kicked down the door and rushed in. One of them was wielding a .05 rifle, and he opened fire as he sprayed wildly across the entire room. Another male immediately activated his skill, brandishing a huge blade as he charged towards Du Shan Xiong like a specter. 2 of the men pulled out their pistol and proceeded to fire at those officials in the room. The remaining man pulled out a green dagger, as he made use of a strange movement technique to shorten the distance between him and Chen Ying. Everything had happened too suddenly, and there was no time for the participants of the meeting to defend themselves, and many fell in a pool of blood as they moaned in agony. Bai Shaoxing had the fastest reaction. The moment things started to go out of control, he had pulled Dan Hong towards a window and broke through it, shouting at the top of his lungs as he went, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Bai Shaoxing was extremely experienced, and could tell with a single glance that all 5 intruders were evolvers. Although they were lower leveled than him, in a battle of life and death, there was the possibility of him losing immediately. Furthermore, there was no favorable impressions of the upper echelons of Guilin City. The moment he jumped out, he had no intention of helping the rest. Hearing Bai Shaoxing's shouts, the experts immediately got into action, and gathered at the meeting hall. In the hail of bullets, many of the government officials laid in their own blood. At almost the same time, a 1.9 tall burly male decked in military wear leapt out behind Du Shan Xiong. The tall burly soldier was called Du Ziming, and was a strength-based evolver, and was Du Shan Xiong's nephew. He possessed terrifying combat strength, and could easily slaughter Type 2 mutant beasts like it was nothing. Du Ziming blocked in front of Du Shan Xiong, while an ordinary rifle bullet landed on his body and got deflected away by the Type 2 mutant beast hide on him. As long as one wasn't an idiot, after coming in contact with the mutant beasts, most intelligent people would have thought to use the hide as defensive and protective wear. Du Ziming watched the bullets hit him and bellowed in rage, as he swung viciously towards the evolver wielding the huge blade. Both weapons clashed and emitted a shrill sound, as sparks flew, and the intruder was actually knocked back by Du Ziming, his blade sent flying out of his hands, and blood seeping out the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered an injury. Du Shanxiong was facing an assassination attempt, but he did not lose his calm, instead diving for the bottom of the table. He was an ordinary man, and even if he wore the bullet-resistant Type 2 mutant beast hide, the moment a bullet hit his head, he would die as well. Just as Du Shanxiong was bending his waist, one of the evolvers chuckled coldly and activated his ability. An incredibly sharp earth spike broke out from the ground and pierced the head of Du Shanxiong, causing his head to be turned into minced meat. If it had been an expert with sufficient strength, he would have felt a sense of danger. However, it was too bad that while Du Shanxiong was a regiment commander, he was just an ordinary person and he lost his life just like that. Uncle? Du Ziming saw Du Shanxiong being killed right before his eyes, and his mind went into turmoil, his eyes turning bloodshot, and he became like an enraged tiger that hacked and slashed wildly at the evolvers. His strength was immense, and every single strike of his contained a few thousand genes of strength, forcing the other evolver back with a look of fear on his face. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Seeing that Du Shanxiong was killed, the leader of the experts loudly called out. At the next moment, the remaining 4 evolvers disregarded their targets and headed for the exit, not even bothering to kill Chen Ying. When the 5 evolvers left, the agility-based evolver who was defending Chen Ying let out his breath. It had been incredibly exhausting to defend Chen Ying, and if all 5 had taken him on in 20 seconds, Chen Ying would definitely have died. However, things did not go as smoothly for the assassins, as when they had just left, the experts defending outside immediately charged over and engaged them in battle. In the end, after an intense bout, 3 of the assassins lost their lives, while the remaining 2 were forced to escape from the building. Dan Hong quickly came back to the meeting hall, and when he saw Du Shanxiong's corpse, his face fell, and immediately told by Xiaoxing, "Quick! Let's go back and inform leader. Du Shanxiong's dead. Majority of the government have fallen. Guilin City is about to be chaotic." Chaotic? What kind of person was Du Shanxiong? He was the main pillar of Guilin City. It was him that had led the troops to exterminate over 1 million zombies, and saved 900,000 people. He was the leader of the border troops patrolling around Guilin City, and was an extraordinary militant. Now that he was dead, without a leader, the border troops would definitely break up into smaller factions. Also, a number of the officials in the meeting hall had been killed as well. Without those officials, the governance in Guilin City would likely come to a standstill. All it would take was for one person to come up to incite, and the rest of the city would follow suit into mayhem. Although Dan Hong was not in a high position, he had an acute sense of the current events, and he could feel the underlying change of wind in Guilin City. If they were not careful, the turbulent winds could cause him and Yu Zhong to be blown to bits. Bai Xiaoxing did not say anything, and exerted all his strength to rush for Yu Zhong's location. Inside a secretive location, when Diyu received the report from his subordinates, he laughed coldly and said, "Do it! Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong is dead. He had been assassinated by Yu Zhong's forces. Yu Zhong has gained control of the granary. Everyone's ration tickets are going to become worthless paper soon. Everybody, let's find Yu Zhong to settle it. Otherwise, our ration tickets will become scraps soon." Those Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad members hiding within the human crowds started to spread the rumor, trying to rile up the masses. What? Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong had been assassinated? He was such a good man, why did Yu Zhong send people to assassinate him? What a beast! Shit! My ration tickets are about to become scrap? Under the inciting of the people, the majority of the survivors began to panic, as they made their way towards the granary frantically. If the machinations of the government was still around, such rumors would not have easily spread. However, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had killed almost 2/3 of the government's upper officials. It could be said that the government was severely set back. At the same time, Li Jiuming had appeared and convinced those who belonged to the Nanning City faction to throw their weights in with him, and he was making preparations to take over control of the entire Guilin City government. Both sides that used to belong to the same government were currently engaged in a civil war. Naturally, no one would bother about the survivors. As for the military that Du Shanxiong had commanded, it had almost immediately split up into a few factions: the Guilin faction, the Border Troops faction, the Enhancers faction, the Nanning faction, the Youth faction, the Veteran faction, and a few others. To gain command that Du Shanxiong had left behind, all the factions were engaged in a contest of power. Some even began to fight. There were numerous mobs that rushed to the streets, giving in to their darker sides, robbing, pillaging, and even raping. Fires began to burn at various places, and there would be cries from women, or screams from men as the thugs laughed without restraint. Many of the survivors chose to hole themselves up in their rooms, as they watched hell unfold on the streets, and they trembled in their houses. Chaos. Huge chaos. The entire Guilin city had been plunged in a fearsome madness, turning into hell on earth in a matter of hours once they lost stability. Furthermore, under the prodding of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, almost 100,000 survivors swarmed from all directions, gathering in front of the granary, calling for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, get the hell out here! Yu Zhong, you animal! Why did you assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong? Yu Zhong, open up the granary! Open up the granary! Open up the granary! The large crowd of survivors were calling outside the granary, and blocking the nearby roads leading to it. Their enraged voices were calling out curses and insults, and if it wasn't for the various heavy machine guns mounted outside the granary, they would have swarmed in to snatch their own portion of the rations. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.